January meeting of the Town of Nags Head Board of Commissioners, please come to order. Let's begin our meeting with a moment of silence, please. Pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have a couple changes to the agenda this morning. We'd like to move item 4, F4 on the consent agenda to new business for discussion, and then switch to 2 public hearings, G2 on fishing piers and G3 on the parking lots, and the parking ordinance and have the parking ordinance first. Do I have a motion that we adopt the agenda as amended?
Motion.
Moved.
I defer to. Second.
Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. There being none, so ordered. It's time for our audience response. Anyone who would like to bring something to the attention of the board this morning that's not as part of the agenda on public hearings can do so at this time. We would ask that you would please hold your comments to 5 minutes if you could, please. Is there anybody who would like to speak this morning? We'll ask you to give your name and address if you would, please.
Morning, board. My name is Brian Brumfield, resident here for, I can't remember, over 20-some years, maybe longer. Own a business on the bypass, and I've built houses in Nags Head. And I'm here to speak this morning about the firing range over at the Fresh Pond. I'm building a house in Nags Head Acres, and when you guys light up over there for the sounds like a party of shooting, it's amazing how much noise comes out of that woods that we can't even enjoy because of it. My homeowner is livid with the noise that we listen to, and anywhere within about a 10-mile radius of that firing range, it's absolutely horrendous. Rapid gunfire, burst of gunfire like I've never heard. I hunt, I fish, I do a lot of things, but I've never shot like what I hear coming out of the firing range. And when I look back at the past boards and all the decisions that you make, today you have a chance to do something good for the town of Nags Head instead of making things harder on us. And you guys don't make things easy on us. I deal with you all the time on different avenues and planning and building and everything else. And this one really does hit home pretty hard. And you're ruining the values and the quiet enjoyment of people who are paying a lot of money to be here. You need to get rid of the firing range, and that's my request this morning. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Brian.
Good morning and Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
I'm here as well to talk about the firing range.
Could you give us your name and address, please?
I'm sorry. My name is Matthew Byrne. I'm a resident of Kill Devil Hills, but I'm in Ocean Acres, which I believe is your closest neighbor. I, too, am here to talk about the gun range. I've been here before to talk about the gun range. I have been in front of the Dare County Commissioners as recently as their December meeting. I went to the Kill Devil Hills meeting in January for their meeting. I just would like to see some open dialogue on, and my approach is, I've kicked and screamed about the firing range ad nauseum. To some people, it's a nuisance. To others, it's terrorizing. I lost a brother 30 years ago, Christmas Eve, to a handgun fire. So it treats people differently when they hear that noise. I would just let you know that. My approach would be, we have a 27-acre pond that the communities share here on the Outer Banks. It's under lock and key. It's been there for 30 years, not being used for a water supply any longer. I think it would make a beautiful park. If we made that a park, we probably would have to close the gun range. If we close the gun range, my understanding is it's the only facility that has lighting. If you charge a fee for the boats that might be put on the pond, canoes, kayaks, electric boats, you might be able to offset putting lighting on the Dare County bombing range that we already have, which is nowhere near residential communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Barry White, and I'd like to speak to two, from Villa Dunes Drive. I'd like to speak to two items on the agenda that are not covered in public hearings today. I was reading the plan for the bonnets for the park at Dowdy Park, and I would like to congratulate the committee for the path for the kids in the first phase, coming from Bonnet Street to the elementary school and the proposed access to the school. And the second phase path, which is even shorter for those kids to get to school. But I would hope that there would be a connection between, in the second phase, the walking path that goes along 158, and connect that also in a short way into the school ground, possibly through one of the open spaces that are very close to the multi-use playing field. Reason for that is we are going to be having events on the park beside the short path for people to encourage them to walk to school. We're going to be having events on the event green, and I would expect that we will be using, when the school is closed, the school parking. Hopefully, if the school board will let us use that, because the parking area on Bonnet Street is not extremely large. And this would give a second path from the event area to the school parking lot, giving easier ingress and especially egress from the event section of the site. Also, at the bottom of your agenda is a letter to be sent to Paul Tyne. I would ask you that you copy this to not only Mr. Tyne, but the representatives in the General Assembly and the Senate in the General Assembly of those counties that could also be affected by this, especially including Senator Cook and Senator Steinberg, who represents the areas along the ocean in Currituck County, but also going further south. This is a good first step, but expanding the number of people that we have on our side in this problem, I think is a major improvement. And I would also suggest that you send copies of this to our representative in Congress and our two state senators. Something not on your agenda. Tonight will probably be the coldest night we have seen on the Outer Banks in a long, long time. I've been here for almost 17 years. I don't think I have ever seen another night this cold during my time here. Our heat pumps, which are our major source of heat, will be seriously overtaxed. And our residents, I would caution to really consider how they use supplemental heating devices tonight to keep from overstressing their primary heat source. In over 50 years of public service in fire and rescue, and even more time in reporting news, I have had the displeasure of fighting fires on a night like this will be. 20 degrees or so. We fight fires with water. Your fire department will be out there, if they are called, freezing, suffering frostbite probably. And also, there is nothing more discouraging than having to report a burned to death or smoked to death victim. Thank you.
Thank you, Perry. Anybody else like to speak this morning?
Good morning. My name's Bob Oakes, and I live at 3019 South Virginia Dare Trail.
Morning, Mayor Oaks.
It's nice to have the day off. I wanted to speak in support of the fresh pond idea. I think that really is an idea that has some merit. I understand it would create, we would have to find an alternative for the shooting range because that is essential business. But I think we can find alternatives there. And I think Fresh Pond and that area around there is just a great resource and has the potential, with a little bit of work, to be a very nice entry into Nags Head Woods and let people enjoy Fresh Pond. As Matt said, it's been a pretty long time since we've actually had water production from there. And it's a very unique resource. I mean, it's a large freshwater pond around all of our salt water. That's a change. I wanted to also just mention something that Perry said. There's a new law in North Carolina, and it's new as of 2010. But I will confess, I just heard about it in our real estate update. And that is a requirement for carbon monoxide detectors on each level of a home that is a rental home. It is something, again, we had some type of failure because we just didn't pick up on it. But it's under the general statute for providing a fit and habitable home. So it is a requirement, and it is something that is important, especially on nights like tonight when it is going to get cold. Carbon monoxide, it's coming from supplemental heaters most of the time. People burning kerosene or something like that without an open window. The law covers any gas appliances or fossil fuel appliances, so a gas water heater, gas stove, or gas fireplace. So it's going to affect an awful lot of properties. So it is something we may want to inform our property owners about. But thank you very much for your time, and
Good.
Happy New Year.
Thank you very much, Bob. Would anybody else like to speak this morning? Seeing no one else, we'll declare our time for audience response closed. Next on the agenda this morning, we have the Pier Manager, Michael Marsh, to come give us a presentation on what's happening at Jeanette's Pier.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be with you today, and Happy New Year. Before I get started, I'd like to acknowledge a few of my advisory committee members that are in the room today. Our chairman, Ken Wells, is with us today, as well as your two candidates, or excuse me, advisory committee members, Commissioner Walters and Town Manager Ogburn. It's been 3.5 years since the pier reopened in its new form, and in that time, I have not taken the opportunity to come speak with you all, but at the recommendation of my advisory committee members, we hope to make this an annual report to you all, and this is the first of those. So since I haven't had the chance to do this yet, slide please. I'd like to first step back and give you some basic statistics on the first 3.5 years of operation, and then we will run through some other subjects that I think many of you may not know about as far as the pier is concerned, some of the unique things we do there. All right, so from the date of opening, May 21st, 2011, these are the numbers that we're showing through the end of November of last year. We've seen more than 1 million visitors to the pier. Pier visitors, let me clarify the difference between pier visitors and site visitors. Pier visitors are folks who actually step foot on the fishing pier, walk through the doors and step foot on the pier. Site visitors are tracked through a traffic counter, much like the Jockey's Ridge State Park does. Those are people who visit the site either to access the beach, maybe come to the pier, mainly to use it as a public beach access. So annually, we're seeing roughly 300,000 people a year visit the pier. Just under 1 million people a year using the property as a public beach access. And you can see we've had over 100,000 people pay to fish on the pier, more than 1,000 fishing programs. And the one that figure there I'm most proud of, more than 16,000 North Carolina school students have visited the pier for educational programming. About a year ago, the Aquarium Division commissioned an economic impact study for the entire Aquarium Division across the state. But they also broke out each of the 4 facilities individually. And what we've found with Jeanette's Pier, the impact in Dare County, the pier supports 64 full-time equivalent jobs annually in the county, outside of the jobs at the pier. The pier generates an additional $5.25 million in economic output, and off-site visitor spending directly attributable to Jeanette's Pier being in Dare County reaches almost $11 million annually. In total, the North Carolina Aquarium Division, the economic output annually is roughly $70 million for the state of North Carolina. So we're very proud of those numbers. Jeanette's Pier, since it had only been open for a few years when this was done, we hope to do this again in another couple years. Obviously, a lot of the data for the pier was limited at that time. Hopefully, with more robust data, those numbers will go up. That's our hope. Okay, moving on to 2014. We spent the first couple years in a trial and error phase with operations at the pier. For the first year, the state ran the entire gift shop and admissions counter. For the second year, the society, our nonprofit support organization, took over operating the admissions counter and the gift shop in its entirety. And we couldn't find the proper balance to make things work properly. So with the new administration in Raleigh, we re-signed the MOU with our support organization, North Carolina Aquarium Society. And in that MOU, it specifically laid out how operations were going to run at the pier moving forward. And the operations now mimic what they do at all the aquarium facilities, which is the Aquarium Society operates the gift shop exclusively at each of those facilities, and the state operates the admissions counter. So we now have a division of labor, a separation of duties. That took effect in March of last year. And at that time, we also finally received permission to start charging the walk-on fee, the much-awaited walk-on fee at the pier. The new administration was very amenable to allowing us to charge that fee. So since March of last year, we've been charging a $2 for adults, $1 for children walk-on fee at the pier, and that will not change. That is now set in stone. Next slide, please. With the operational changes, it did require some updates to the pier house itself. If you see the picture in the lower left-hand corner, that's an old image from before the operations separation of duties took place. And you can see we had a kiosk in the middle of the floor. It was kind of crowded with merchandise. And although it was a great gift shop, it didn't allow for good traffic flow through the pier house. So we decided to establish a secure gift shop, and that's the floor plan you can see there. This is the admissions counter, the doors out onto the pier. And what the result of that is a brand new wall where we can secure the gift shop and separate the two areas of work. And now we've created a really nice open thoroughfare for the throngs of people that we see in the summertime. By the way, the gift shop wall was paid for by the North Carolina Aquarium Society, our friends group. It was not paid for by the state. And this is the effect of the walk-on fee, which started in March 1st. You can see the orange columns are the donations we were receiving for walk-ons prior to that. The blue columns are the fees. Comparison between 2013 and 2014, you'll see in the summer peak season, the walk-on fee was a very nice addition to our bottom line, generated a lot of revenue for us. All right, moving on to projects and exhibits, new exhibits at the pier. Once again, funded by the North Carolina Aquarium Society, our nonprofit support group, we are trying to make investments in areas of the pier that would generate more revenue. So in our reception hall on the second floor, we added some new audiovisual upgrades with the idea that we would try to reach out to more corporate clients, try to bring in more conferences, more seminars, more meetings. We do a robust wedding business. We needed some more technology to make us more attractive to corporate clients. So what we added was an 80-inch touchscreen monitor for presentations, another 80-inch LED monitor standard, and the little black boxes you see at the top are Bluetooth wireless devices, which allow you to walk into that room, have your presentation on your phone, and stream it to either of those monitors at any time. We did have a big drop-down projector screen in there, which with the ample sunlight that spills into that room during the daytime was not really usable, and these make up for that. These are usable at any time of day and have been a big hit since we've installed them. So, next, please. Once again, also funded by the Aquarium Society. Our building is a Platinum LEED certified facility. And you can say that to people, and they kind of give you a blank stare if they don't know what you're talking about. It's a very unique place. It's the second Platinum LEED certified facility in the state, state-owned in the state. And we wanted to show people, give them an interactive way to understand what the wind turbines do for us, what our reclaimed water system does for us in cost savings and conservation efforts. So if you click on the link, Roberta, there's a link at the bottom. What you see on the picture right there is a touchscreen interactive panel inside the pier house. It's an exhibit that you can walk up to and interact with. And Roberta, when you do that, this is actually what you will see. So Roberta, click on the wind electric icon at the bottom there, on the right, a little further to the right. Next one. There you go. So this is real time. It's reporting data from our wind turbines right now. If you go up to the show yesterday in the upper right-hand corner and click on that, you can look at it comparatively as well. So that's what the wind was doing for us yesterday. There's also a select a unit equivalent button in the gray bar down there. Right now it's producing kilowatt hours. If you go over to dollars and click on, well, go back, yeah, I'm sorry. Go over to the left, there you go. So that shows you today, we saved $1.93 on our electric bill with those wind turbines being there. You can also change the time scale and look at it weekly, monthly. It's a really unique thing. It's also on our website, so you have an opportunity to go check it out, please do. Thank you, Roberta. Next slide. I do have to say that in this entire project, there was only one portion of the project that was not, during construction, that was not handled very well. The two main aquariums in our lobby have leaked from the beginning. We have done everything we can to try to repair those, and with funding from the Aquarium Society, once again, we were successful in repairing the pier piling tank that you see in this photo right here. We were finally able to get water back in it, species back in it last April, and it's been functioning beautifully. We tried to do the same with the other big aquarium on the first floor. And unfortunately, we were not successful. It was not repairable. So we spent a good part of this fall demolishing that entire tank. But the good news is there is a rainbow, a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, and we will be putting a new exhibit in that space, and we are working on that presently. So, a unique partnership and another project and somewhat of an exhibit that's available on our website free of charge to the public. We have partnered with the UNC Coastal Studies Institute, a local company, obxlivesurf.com, and the international company, Surfline and Fishtrack.com, to install 3 webcams at the pier. This is a partnership where we expend no funds. We provide real estate, these businesses come in, they install their cameras, and then we have free access to it, and we provide that to you all via our website, via apps on your phones. It's one of those partnerships where we see an advantage to the pier and to its customers, once again, at no expense to us. So if you visit our website, you will see those 2 cameras. One is exclusive to the pier, one is a surf cam, and there actually is a third cam that is also available on surfline.com's webpage and fishtrack.com. All right, moving on. This is sort of an aspect of the pier that not a lot of people know about. One of our 5 goals when we reopened was to bring scientific research and ocean observing into the public domain. Quite often, scientific research is done behind closed doors, and rightly so. The research data that scientists are collecting is very valuable to them. We saw an opportunity to partner with the UNC Coastal Studies Institute, and what we did was we created an MOU with them, a Memorandum of Understanding. And this is some language from that Memorandum of Understanding, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I think what's important to note is that the fundamental objective is to create opportunities for economic development and to serve the energy needs for North Carolina. And we do that by bringing marine renewable research to the pier. And we ask the researchers to tell the public about it while they're there. Whether it's through a poster, a question and answer session, we ask them to interact with you all. That way you learn a little more about what they're doing, they get a little more PR on their part, and they actually get an opportunity to make people better understand why it's important what they're doing out there. Also, the new pier provides a unique opportunity, perhaps the only of its kind, in which a public fishing pier will have an ongoing active university research program. This, to me, is my favorite thing about the pier. So, just an example of some of those projects. In the previous slide, you saw a crane with a large device being lifted over the railing. This device on the left is a surge weck. Resolute Marine Energy out of Boston contracted with UNC Coast Studies Institute to bring that device to the pier for testing. This was back in 2011, December of 2011. They had never tested it in the ocean before. It had only been tested in wave pools. We dropped it over the side for a 2-week period. The scientists collected all their data. They interacted with the public. And normally in December, the pier is fairly empty for fishing. When you see a crane on a fishing pier dropping something over the side, you'd be amazed at how many people come out of their houses and want to know what's going on. We had hundreds of people on the pier talking to these guys for 2 weeks. Very successful. In their mind, they actually came back the next year, went to the Duck Research Pier, and deployed a much bigger device that they couldn't deploy off of our pier. What you see in the middle, obviously not a picture from Jeanette's, is an in situ erosion evaluation probe. This was a research project that NC State University did in partnership with the Department of Homeland Security's Coastal Hazards Center and UNC Coast Studies Institute, where they tested erosion rates around oceanfront structures. And what they did was they tested erosion rates around our pilings and our pier house. Once again, scientific research that we are trying to make available to the public. Off to the right, you see a CODAR, which is a coastal ocean radar installation. This one is actually deployed down at Cape Hatteras at the old Coast Guard station in Buxton. There's also one deployed at the Army Corps of Engineers Pier in Duck. What those radars do is they map ocean currents. There's a gap in the radar data field, and that gap is right around us, right here in Nags Head. So Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Lab offered to bring an extra transmit antenna for a CODAR installation down here and install it at the pier for a period of time to see if they could fill that gap and increase the data load. And they were very successful. So it was just a short trial. It was only about a month and a half. But there is hope that maybe they will bring another one of those back and install it more permanently so that we're generating data. Now, I would like to point out a lot of this data, since it is ongoing research, is not available to the public. But, next slide, please. We also have several ocean observing projects that do generate data that are available to you in real time at any time. On the left, you'll see a Weather Flow. Weather Flow is a company out of the Hampton Roads area. They work with NASA quite a bit. They also partner with UNC Coast Studies Institute. And they put meteorological packages, anemometers, thermometers, and things, all over towers and devices up and down the East Coast and all over the country, actually. They asked if they could install one at the pier. We said, sure, sounds great. You have to share that data with the public no matter what. So you'll see a lot of these little arrows, there's no speed, wind speed next to it. We required them to include the wind speed at Jeanette's Pier, which at the time this was taken is 23 miles an hour, on their website, on their apps. Share that with the public at all times. We'll also make that available in our pier house soon. This is the third surf cam that I mentioned with surfline.com and UNC Coast Studies Institute. At the bottom is an acoustic wave and current profiler, which is presently deployed and has been for several years off of the end of Jeanette's Pier. It is connected to our research station, which is a little hut at the end of the pier, where a computer there collects all the data from it. And in a nutshell, what it does is it observes ocean currents at different strata through the water column, and it observes wave heights as well. All of that data is available through the Army Corps of Engineers website right now. We also hope to make it available in a new exhibit in the pier house very soon. And off to the right is an example of a wave rider buoy, which is a partnership between the Army Corps, CSI, and the Scripps Institute in California. This is the same type of buoy that is deployed 7.5, 8 miles off of Oregon Inlet. All of that data streams through Jeanette's Pier on its way to California. It is also available in real time online through Scripps Institute. And it's basically wave heights, water temperature, swell direction, things like that. So ongoing observation projects at the pier. The pier, switching tacks here, is very proud to partner with the town of Nags Head and the Outer Banks Visitor Bureau in being what we see as the premier oceanfront event site in Dare County. Nags Head is very fortunate. You have the premier Outer Banks event site, which is now under construction, and you also have what we feel is the premier oceanfront event site in the county. Next slide, please. And we handle all kinds of events. Roberta and I apologize. Somehow the when I transferred the program over to her for this presentation, this image was lost, and I think we may have one or two more that are. But what you would see in that image is the WRV Outer Banks Pro Surf Contest. We are the official site for that contest. They have made it their home since the pier was rebuilt. It is now an internationally sanctioned surf competition, professional surf competition. So in future years, we should see more professional surfers from all over the world attending this competition. We're also now the home of the Eastern Surfing Association Amateur Championships every year. They move from the Lighthouse in Buxton back up to Nags Head, mainly because the town of Nags Head has great amenities and they love being here. We also are the host site for the annual Surfing for Autism event and many other surf events and contests. We've also become the home to several new running and biking events, including the Storm the Beach, Outer Banks Sporting Events Storm the Beach event, which is an obstacle course event, as well as several Runcations events, the Duathlon and their Sunrise and Sunset 5K. And that's just a small sampling of some of the events that go on. And then, of course, being a fishing pier, we wouldn't be much of a pier if we weren't also the host site for our own fishing tournaments, as well as one of the host sites for the Fritz Boyden Memorial Youth Fishing Tournament annually, as well as the Lions Club's VIP fishing tournament. And the turnout for those events is fantastic. Usually between 75 and 200 fishermen participate in each of those events. All right, moving on to our facility rentals. We spoke briefly about that earlier. I do want to point out, last year we did have 103 events at the pier, and most people think we're a wedding venue. Well, we are, but that's only 60% of what we do. And you can see from the smattering of listings up there, the other events that we do host. And as I said, we are investing in infrastructure and audiovisual capabilities that should increase the corporate side of things, we hope. It's very good business for us. We actually at one time did host the Manio prom as well, so we're very happy to be a community center. So what does all this mean economically for Dare County and for Nags Head? From the economic impact study I shared with you earlier, it's shown that rental event spending directly attributable to Jeanette's Pier exceeds $2 million a year annually and impacts between 35 and 50 vendors locally on an annual basis. So that's significant. And what it has done for us is it's brought us some attention. The Knot, which is the nation's premier wedding resource, has recognized us just this year, and you'll see a press release coming out very soon about this, as one of their best of weddings picks for 2015. What that means is the top 2% of their vendors are recognized annually. We are one of only 15 vendors in the state of North Carolina recognized by the Knot as the best of weddings for 2015. And this is selected by their clients, by their brides and their grooms who go to them for their resources. So this is not chosen by them. This is by their customers. All right, moving on to the thing that's at the core of our mission at the pier. We are an education center. First and foremost, that is what the aquariums do best, and we follow in their footsteps. We base our education programs on STEM curriculum, science, technology, engineering, and math, and we're unique in the aquarium division in that we have the ability to do that with the research side of things that we have going on there, and some of the green technologies. We focus heavily on ethical angling, teaching people to maintain the natural resource. We want generations to be able to come to the pier, grandfathers and grandmothers to pass this down to their grandkids and keep that going. We are a resource for teachers and environmental educators, and we do hold workshops for teachers and environmental educators, not just in the state of North Carolina, but throughout the Mid-Atlantic region. We see ourselves as one of the premier marine education centers for North Carolina school students, as I mentioned earlier. And we also participate in statewide virtual and community outreach programs, including the Seafood Festival, Day at the Docks, things like that. We are ever present at those events. Just a quick sample of what a typical summertime day may look like at the Piers Education Program. A week camp, a day camp, several fishing classes. We even had a school group of 100 come through on this day. We are extremely busy. We go from 2 educators that work year-round to 8, plus 2 volunteers in the summertime for that peak season. 205 people on this particular day, starting at 8 in the morning, 9 in the morning, and going till 9 at night. Obviously, in the off-season, we switch over to less programming and more programs geared towards field trips from North Carolina school students. And that's what, as I mentioned here, we find ourselves to be field trip and outreach central, as we like to call it. What we do is we charge for every education program we offer at the pier. We get school groups that come from far away as Asheville. They bring 120 to 180 kids at a time. They pay for programming, and they're usually run through 3 programs, 45 minutes apiece. That's the selection of programs they can choose from. Once again, a couple are STEM-based. All are very relevant to the pier and what we do and the aquarium's mission. And they have a ball. They build wind turbines. They build solar boats. They pull seine nets in the ocean and find larval fish species, and then look at things under the microscope. They dissect squid and dogfish. We do consider ourselves a premier education center in the state of North Carolina, and I'm very proud of our education department. These are all the organizations, attractions, and local businesses. I shouldn't say all, these are just some that we partner with annually. We do a lot of work with the schools and, of course, with the aquarium. We also partner with several nonprofits and, as I said, attractions and local businesses. And I couldn't list them all, but I figured I'd throw several of them up there for you. And of course, once again, we are a fishing pier. That's why people know we're there. That's why they come. Whether you're a seasonal visitor or a seasoned angler, and I'm sorry, that was a huge king mackerel that was hanging on the right. Once again, something happened to the picture there. But we do provide some of the best fishing on the east coast of the U.S., as well as some of the best sightseeing on the east coast of the U.S. These are all shots taken from the pier. 2 humpback whales. You can see a very brave kayaker in that picture. And of course, our ever-present bottlenose dolphins. We are in peak whale watching season. Actually, it picks up in April and May. So if you have an interest in checking out the whales, come check out the pier in April and May and keep your eyes on the horizon. Hopefully you'll see something beautiful. All right, a little bit about what we're looking forward to in 2015. As I said, we will be installing a new aquarium to replace the one we demolished. Along with that, we have created a new changing exhibit space that we never had before. So we'll be installing a new plankton exhibit, hopefully something that's interactive for people. We hope to update our research center, and we will be installing boat curtains around our 2nd floor terrace to increase the season, rental season basically. Give us some opportunities to bring in clients in the wintertime that wouldn't normally want to be up there in the cold. That project should be finished by early May, and should be, and they will be removable, so we can remove them during storms and only deploy them when we need them. In research and ocean observing, the Division of Coastal Management has approved several mooring points near the pier for testing further wave energy devices. And we have been in talks with Waveforce Technologies, which is a local consulting company, and Falmouth Scientific out of New England to install some more observing equipment at the pier as well, which we will make the data available to the public when we do that. As far as events and activities, we will be hosting the 4th annual Earth Fair OVX on April 18th. The ESA has loved us so much, they're bringing another Mid-Atlantic Regional Surf Championship to the pier, as well as an inaugural Outer Banks Sand Soccer Tournament this May on the ocean front at the pier. And then we had the volleyball tournament and the Outer Banks Pro and the ESA Championships coming back again. For our education department, they are going to be busy. We've had 16,000 school students so far. We have another 4,500 on the books for this spring coming to the pier. 51 school groups have registered with us. We've increased the number of summer camps due to local demand. Our week-long summer camps are completely comprised of local kids. Obviously, if you're on vacation, the kids don't want to be shoved in a summer camp while they're here on vacation. So local demand has allowed us to increase the number of camps we offer. We are offering some new summer day camps, which are more for our visitors. And then they're also participating in some collaborative projects, Boy and Girl Scout merit badges, a grant-funded STEM project for high school students locally, and a new camp with the Coastal Federation, which is called Service in Science. And that's it. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm happy to talk about the pier, as I hope you realize. I'm very enthusiastic about it.
Thank you for a very impressive report. Does anybody have any questions? Anyone have any questions for Mr. Ramage?
Good job, Mike.
Thank you all. It's a pleasure to be here, and I will see you in a year.
Excellent job, and I want you to know we as a town are going to do everything we possibly can to keep that pier as a public pier.
Thank you very much.
And we'll be doing part of that later on the agenda this morning.
And I have to say, I do appreciate everything the town has done for us. You've been a fantastic partner to the pier, and I can't say any more about that. It's been great. Thank you.
Let us know how we can assist you.
All right,
Thank you. We have a new employee this morning. Andy, you want to have an introduction?
told Holly I wouldn't embarrass her too bad. So I'd like the town to welcome Holly White, our new principal planner with the planning department. Holly joined us about 3 weeks ago, and she's already off and running on several important projects, so we aren't any happier that she's here with us today. Just a little background on Holly. She actually grew up in Bertie County, so she's a northeastern North Carolina native. She currently resides in Elizabeth City. She came to us from Currituck County as a senior planner, where she worked for 7 years doing land use planning, helped rewrite their Unified Development Ordinance, worked on several small area plans, worked on their hazard mitigation plan and their CRS program. Prior to that, she was a planner with the town of Kitty Hawk, doing very similar work to what she had done in Currituck. Holly's a graduate of East Carolina University in planning. She's a certified zoning official, certified floodplain manager. She also serves on the State Board of Floodplain Managers. So we don't have a better end than Holly to find out where we're getting the new flood maps. She's also a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. One interesting thing that Holly pointed out in her bio is that just this past summer, Holly went on a mission trip to Africa, where she was working on water and infrastructure-related projects in West Africa. So that was, I'm sure, a very interesting time frame, and certainly preceded any Ebola virus outbreaks. But we're certainly glad for her to be here, and we'd like you to welcome her to town of Nags Head.
Holly certainly just look forward to a long career. Ralph, you have an employee who's been with us 20 years now.
20 years.
Yes, Mayor, we do, and it is my honor to introduce this morning Keith White. And Keith, like you said, has been with the town. Actually, Monday was 20 years. Keith started with the town on January 5th, 1995. Tell you a little bit about Keith. Keith has 6 children and 3 grandchildren who are the apple of his eye. Every time I talk to Keith, he's always telling me about his grandchildren and what he was going to do with them that weekend. The other distinction Keith has, along with Ricky Spencer and myself, we're the last 3 that worked in sanitation that had to throw garbage cans when the town's had them. So like I tell them, we're the last 3 that were men and trash cans were still made of steel. I told Keith I wouldn't keep him up here very long because Keith is not real comfortable in this setting. Like I said, he's a kind of quiet, peaceful person. The things I will tell you about Keith, though, is that he has been a tremendous asset to this town. When I see Keith out there, I'll ask him in the summer and stuff. Keith right now, he drives one of our dumpster routes. I'll ask Keith, I'll say, "Is it heavy this morning, Keith?" And Keith will say, "Yeah, it's heavy, but don't worry, we'll get it, we'll get it." And they always do, no matter what it takes. The thing last year that really impressed me was when all the ice and snow was on the roads between here and Elizabeth City, there was nothing here. Keith got the rest of the crew and said, "Let's go," and left Elizabeth City at 3 o'clock that morning through the ice and snow, drove down here to make sure that the dumpsters were picked up. And that's the kind of employee Keith White is and has been the whole 20 years he's been here. There's not much more I can say after that is that I'm honored to work with him for the last 20 years. Usually, I'm night before the board meeting, my wife will always ask me, "Is there anything on the agenda?" And I told her, I said, "Yeah, I have to introduce Keith for 20 years, and I said, thank God it's not 30. But anyway, this is Keith White. Keith, congratulations. And I hope you stay another 20.
Thank you so much for your 20. We are looking forward to another 20.
I will be here.
Thanks for all you do.
Don't tell me that.
Thanks for the great job you do all the time. Congratulations, 20 years. And I remember when those cans had to be thrown. It was not.
Next item we have is approval of the consent agenda as amended. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion to approve the consent
Approve as
agenda as
amended.
amended. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign, and there being none, so ordered. Next is a public hearing to consider text amendments, to consider time limits on re-reviewing text amendment applications. Mr. Lighty, I'll ask you to conduct that for us, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. At this time, we will begin the public hearing to consider this zoning ordinance text amendment. In this matter, the board sits as a legislative body, and therefore, we do not need to receive any sworn testimony. But the board does have discretion on whether or not to adopt this type of text amendment. We'll begin the public hearing with the presentation of the staff's analysis presented by Andy Garman.
Thank you. This is a very simple amendment. What this amendment does is simply limits resubmission of zoning text and map amendments to the Planning Board and Board of Commissioners within 12 months of a denial. So the purpose of this amendment, sometimes the Board of Commissioners is faced with repetitive amendments that come up over and over, and in order to make better use of the board's time, we felt like it was reasonable to have an amendment that would limit zoning text amendments of a similar nature within 12 months of its previous submittal. So simply, that's what it was, or that's what it's about. The planning board did review this, I believe, at their November meeting and recommended approval of the ordinance. Just one note of clarification, that the town attorney did provide us with slightly revised language that clarified that the 12 months goes from the date of denial and only applies to denials and not to anything that's tabled by the board or any ordinance that's put forth by any of the boards. So if there's any questions, I can certainly answer those. That's a summary of the amendment.
All right, does the board have any questions for Mr. Garman?
Does anyone have any questions? I don't.
All right, thank you very much, Andy. All right, does anybody else from the public wish to comment on this proposed text amendment? Anything from the planning board? Oh, former Mayor Oakes. I think you know the drill. If you'll please approach the podium, tell us who you are. Yes, sir. Then address your comments to the
I
board.
promise I won't be back very much, but you may as well get all your licks in while you're here. My name's Bob Oakes, 3019 South Virginia Dare Trail. These are the kind of legislative actions that I really don't like. You are taking away something that the citizens can do and reserving it for yourselves. I can't really recall this situation being a terrible annoyance to the board. Board has the power. You can turn it down or not. But I think citizens do deserve the right to bring it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oakes. Would anybody else care to comment on this proposed text amendment? All right, if not, does the board wish to receive any further information about this before it begins its deliberations?
I don't think so.
If not, we will conclude the public hearing on this proposed text amendment, and the board may begin its deliberations on it.
Any discussion? Comments?
I want to make one just in response to former Mayor Oakes, not direct response, but we go to great lengths to table, amend, go back and look to try and solve all these issues, and we do, but there are those that come up where we're at the end of a fishing line, and the big impact is not really on us, it's on the staff, because it has to come through and go through them constantly. And so we think this is probably the way to go. A lot of that's never seen by out here. So that's why I'm for it.
Okay, any other discussion? Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Motion to approve. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Motion moved and second. Any discussion of the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. And it's so ordered. We have the language already in the ordinance, so we don't need a further motion for that, I think. Next item is the public hearing to consider text amendment to the town's parking ordinance. And Mr. Lighty, I'll ask you to lead that for us, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Again, this is a legislative matter, this proposed text amendment to amend various portions of the town's parking ordinance. This is the result of various different efforts to amend the town's parking ordinance, including the results of the latest joint workshop between the Board of Commissioners and the Planning Board. And again, we will begin with the presentation of the staff's analysis presented by Planning Director Andy Garman.
All right. Thank you. As mentioned, this is the public hearing for the town's ordinance amendments regarding their parking ordinance. Roberta's bringing up a presentation real quick, and I promise to be brief about this. This process has been going on for quite some time, over a year now, with a lot of input from the Board of Commissioners, the Planning Board, and the Parking Ordinance Committee. First slide. Just a sort of a reiteration of the reasons why we were doing this. Some of the goals identified in the study were to support local businesses, reduce impervious surfaces, encourage the reuse of existing commercial sites, improve stormwater management, promote traffic safety through access management and bicycle and pedestrian facilities, make the ordinance easier to understand and enforce, and update regulations to current standards of business practice and avoid overbuilding of parking lots. So a long process was used to develop this ordinance with a lot of input. You can see the timeline on the screen there, the last action being the Parking Ordinance Committee and final Planning Board review in December. That followed the Parking Ordinance Workshop between the Board of Commissioners, the Planning Board, and the Parking Ordinance Subcommittee back in October. The Parking Ordinance Committee took the notes from that meeting and made recommendations to a final ordinance that was presented to the Planning Board, and it did receive a Planning Board recommendation for approval. And then at the December board meeting, it was scheduled for public hearing. Please. Just a quick overview. I think everybody's fairly familiar with the ordinance at this point in time. You've seen it for several months now, so I won't belabor this, but basically we have a host of new definitions in the ordinance. We are significant language to address non-conforming situations with regards to parking lots. We've restructured the intent to match the goals that I read to you previously. One of the more significant changes is that we have changed the parking standard for single-family dwellings. Previously, the standard was N-2, and this proposal would increase the parking requirement for 1 to 4 bedrooms to 3. From 5 to 8 bedrooms, it would be number of bedrooms minus 1. There is some additional language to encourage additional types of pavements. Previously, the ordinance allowed porous concrete, asphalt concrete, gravel, and turf stone. The ordinance has been rewritten to open up the number of alternative surface materials that could be counted for as permeable pavement. And there was a question about this that came up just the other day, and I'll address that in a minute. You can see some of the other things on the screen there, Roberta. There's significant sections in the ordinance with regards to shared parking, alternative parking standards, off-site parking with a conditional use permit, reduction of parking requirements if you install bicycle racks, and the town did eliminate the non-rental parking deferral. Here's some of the specific standards that was created by the ordinance, draft ordinance change. You can see on the screen, I've already mentioned the single-family standard. That's how it's proposed currently. Multifamily went from 2.5 spaces per unit to 2 per unit plus 0.5 per bedroom over 2. Banks goes from 1 per 300 square feet to 1 per 500. Office is going from 1 per 200 to 1 per office plus minimum of 2 customer spaces. Actually, the retail standards for under and over 25,000 are the same now. This was a change that came out of the workshop. So now it's just being proposed to go from 1 per 200 to 1 per 250 plus 1 per employee. And the standard goes back to gross square footage as opposed to customer accessible area. And as you recall, the customer accessible area standard, I believe, came out of a previous text amendment. Boat rental goes from 1 per 2 rental units to 1 per 3 rental units. We certainly like to thank everybody that participated, the planning board, the parking ordinance subcommittee, the board of commissioners, and all the staff that participated. It was a huge effort for this. I just wanted to mention a few things that came up, questions. The first one, if you could actually just open up the ordinance, Roberta, that would be great. We had several questions from the board that we wanted to address here in the meeting, and we can just go through the ordinance and highlight those.
Do you want the revision or that one?
Let's try the ordinance. Okay, so right here, a question came up about level of service. I think the board recalls from the parking workshop that we wanted to delete the definition of level of service. We changed the section that it was being used, and so a question came up that it still existed in the ordinance, and it does. It was deleted out of the definition section and further down where it was used in regards to parking lots, and the ordinance discussed defining level of service of parking lots. We really didn't feel like it was appropriate language. We didn't feel like it was well understood by anyone, so the committee decided to take it out, but it still remains in the intent. If you go to the next page, please. Let's see, actually one more down, I believe. There you go, right there. Go up to number 1, if you go. So if you see there, these are the intents of the ordinance. And number 1 is to maintain and increase the level of service of the town's streets. So the term level of service is still included in the ordinance, and we would highlight that. I think it's being used in a more general way in this particular sentence as opposed to how it was being used in the definition section and further down. We can certainly revise that language if we don't want to include that term if we think it's going to confuse somebody, but it is still in here, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention. But I do think it's being used in a slightly different way here, it's just a more general way of using it. If you go down to the, let's see, yes, next page. Actually, slow down. Just slide up to the top part of this page. There you go, right there. Now this section deals with surface materials appropriate for use. A question came up about whether this ordinance would eliminate the ability to use turf stone. Since the turf stone and open face paving block was specifically spelled out in the previous ordinance, this ordinance no longer does that, but I talked to the town engineer, Dave Ryan, about this, and this was written specifically to continue to allow turf stone plus other additional permeable paving materials that meet certain engineering specifications. So there was no attempt to eliminate the use of turf stone with this. It was actually to broaden the number of pavements that could be used as alternative pavement materials. I won't make you go any further in the ordinance. Another question came up about taxi and limousine services. Actually, if you could go down to the parking tables, it's pretty far down. The standard for taxi and limousine service previously said one parking space per 250 square foot of gross floor area, plus one parking space per employee. This has now been changed to one parking space per office or workspace. So essentially, that would only require one parking space. I think that there was some discussion between the parking ordinance subcommittee members and members of the board about this, that the intent for this was not to simply require one parking space for taxi and limousine service. We think this is a mistake of the ordinance, and we would recommend either leaving this language the way it existed previously or sending this back to the planning board for further review on a standard that would be more appropriate to address taxi and limousine services. The final thing I wanted to point out is at the very end where the ordinance references the village of Nags Head, village at Nags Head. There was simply a mistake in the language as it applied to the various districts. I think it was a cut and paste error on staff's part, and in each of the districts, it continues to reference the detached single-family district, and we know what that means. But, in each of the language under D, it should say general development standards in the multifamily district are as follows. And so it should reflect whatever district it is and not the detached single-family district. So that's a note you'll want to make when you make any motion on this ordinance. With that said, that's our summary of the ordinance, and we can certainly answer any questions or entertain any discussion that you might have. And certainly other members that participated in this are here. Mark Cornwell, staff members Kelly Wyatt and David Ryan can all answer questions about this.
All right, are there any questions for Mr. Garman? Yes, sir. First.
Just one question for clarification. Incorporated in the revision was discussion of compacted gravel versus gravel, and then subsequently it talks about gravel being permeable and non-permeable. And if you could you just talk to that a little bit and identify how you determine what's compacted? Is it at time of installation, or is it going to be compacted later? And what's permeable and not permeable, just so we understand what the wording meant.
Right, okay. Certainly, compacted gravel, as we understand it, would be any type of gravel that has fine material in it that would, when installed, pack down tight and harden over time like a crush and run surface. The type of gravel we're looking for in this ordinance, because the ordinance does allow you to install gravel and receive permeable pavement credit, which it didn't previously, is more of a river rock or a larger stone, like a pea gravel, that has no fines. I think we would be looking to the applicant or the contractor to provide us with a sample of the gravel they're going to use up front before it's installed, And I think the staff will have to develop a guideline or specification for this that we could give contractors when they indicate they're going to use gravel on their applications. So that's how we would see it at this point.
Okay. So if I understand what you're saying, we define gravel as having up to 5% fines. It's still gravel. But if it has more than that 5% from your sample,
Right.
then we assume it would become compacted, and so then we would not give credit for being permeable. Is that?
That's
that right?
correct. And-
Okay.
And I think typically, you know, they're gonna use commonly used products that we're all familiar with that, you know, I think that it wouldn't be that difficult to administer.
Very good, thanks.
Other questions for Mr. Garman? Yes, Mr. Mayor?
A follow-up question to that. I see we did not include the clean crushed stone, such as a 58 stone, that actually would have better drainage characteristics than a lot of the river gravel, and specifically excluded crushed stone. It's not a big use here, but, you know, that's what's used in drainage fields and a lot of other applications because of its drainage characteristics, and would make a better parking service than some of the river gravel that tends to move around quite a bit.
Right.
Was there a specific reason for excluding that?
I think we did have a discussion about that. I'm not sure if Dave is in here, but the crushed stone tends to be more of an angular stone that compacts more than a rounded stone. And that's the primary reason why the specification was written the way it was, just because the non-angular stone tends to stay permeable for longer because it doesn't compact as flat.
We didn't look at drainage characteristics, we just assumed it was going to compact that.
That's right.
Ms. Cahoon?
Andy, sorry, on section 48-162, 3B, it talks about, which I guess would be page 5 of the ordinance.
Okay.
It talks about if a property owner or whatever puts in a certain surface, we can, further down it talks about us taking it out, making them take it out if it doesn't work correctly. Shouldn't those discussions be held first rather than later?
Certainly. Do you know the specific section she's referring to?
It's talking about
It's,
approved surfaces stated above, reinforced turf products.
It's 3B on, it's, there it is. Well,
Okay.
go down to, there you go, right in there.
It's that paragraph right there. I just get concerned about somebody putting something in that the town told them it was okay to do, and then we tell them they have to take it out.
Right. I've got it here. Okay. Right, I understand. Do you have any ideas about that? I mean, have you seen situations where reinforced turf products have become compacted over time to a point where they were no longer permeable?
One of the things that we wanted to address is that since we were opening up the surface types to various permeable pavements, we don't have a lot of history with turf reinforced products, with porous pavement within the town. So we wanted to put in a layer of protection there that if those newer innovative pavement types were to fail, that we had a provision for replacement of those. And these would be reviewed on a case-by-case basis up front to ensure that not only that they were installed correctly, but also from a maintenance standpoint as well.
May I?
Yes, sir.
To piggyback in the same thing, though, there is one clause or phrase in here that says if the fire department determines it won't hold the vehicles, that should have been figured out on day one,
Yeah.
I would think. So, I mean, I understand the maintenance failing or failed to be maintained, however you want to do it, but I'm not sure this phrase about if the fire department determines it won't hold the weight in again. I think that's,
The pavement structure will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis per application. So
Yeah.
if there's a proposal for a grass paver for porous concrete, then we'll look at that pavement structure and we'll see if it's capable of withstanding the vehicular loading from emergency vehicles. So that will be one of the items that will be reviewed with the submission of the application.
Right, but if I read the amendment that you have here, this says it's actually grounds for revoking it once we've approved it. So I'd suggest you look at the wording and see if that really belongs in here. That's all, just,
We will review.
Ed, wanna, yes, you go ahead.
Well, may I make
Mayor Pro
comments
Tem.
about other things besides just the pavement?
Yeah.
Okay. The part that still gives me a little bit of heartburn is the parking spaces required for single-family dwellings. The way this revised ordinance is really going to make a lot of our homes non-conforming. And I would prefer, perhaps if we could have some discussion about going to N-2 for 4 or less bedrooms and N-1 for 5 or more.
I had a follow-up question to that. If we adopted the ordinance as presented, how many of our single-family homes would become non-conforming? Have a percentage on that?
I think, it was probably over 50%. It was quite a few.
I was guessing 90%. From the last time we looked at this 10 years ago.
Commissioner Cahoon?
Just-
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just along that same line, I mean, this parking is just one aspect of whether a house is non-conforming or not.
That's
How
correct.
many houses are non-conforming for a lot of other reasons already? Do you have an idea of percentage for that? I mean, if they're already non-conforming for other reasons, what difference does it make if now they become non-conforming for this reason? I think, and the reason I asked this, and I approached this, is that there was an extensive amount of discussion about parking, and it primarily revolved around these residential homes, which really turned into rental homes, and the circumstance where, as we see a lot, these homes are just packed with vehicles during the rental season, way over capacity, and it was trying to take a measure of dealing with that problem and providing more parking than we require now so that cars aren't quite as much all over the lots. So to me, I understand about it would add a non-conforming aspect of this, but is that really a significant consideration when there's a lot of nonconformities for many, many other reasons out there? I believe that increasing the requirement for what additional development we have, which, isn't a large part of the town, does have a very logical aspect to it.
Mr. Coon?
I had that listed on mine as well. I have, a few things listed. But I'm looking at 2 or 3 new houses north of me being built under the current standards. If we adopt this as is, they're going to be non-conforming the day they get their CO because of parking. And they've met, and they have no building nonconformities, they'll just have parking nonconformities. And I just struggle with nonconformities, having lived with it for 50 years. Knowing what happens when you're nonconforming, the struggle that you have. And I admit I brought a little bit of personal history into that, but regardless of the issues I've had with the pathways, they're building a product out there that meets all the building codes, town standards, and yet, as of tomorrow, they could theoretically be non-conforming. And while we have tons of old structures that we can't help some of the non-conformities that have developed over time, this is one that I think we need to think long and hard about, because that's a big issue in today's world. Used to, when you go apply for a bank loan, you didn't have that section on there about nonconformities. You do now. And I just think that, while I would agree with Commissioner Walsh, Mayor Pro Tem's concern about that as well. N-2 may not work, N-1. We can't solve a problem that we only have for 50 days a year, pretty much, except for the weekends when you have big wedding parties. But all those people may not be staying there, they just may be visiting. But it's not necessarily a year-round problem, and we need to sometimes realize the fact that we are a resort community, and that while we try to structure a lot of things for year-round, such as police departments and fire departments, that I'm not sure that one per bedroom is the way to go and create so many new nonconformities. That's one. I had one more. And it was on page 29, and it dealt with retail, and it was a question because it struck out, sorry, I'm trying to get to page 29. I went from 2 to 29, so. But it was about retail, and it was talking about changing the square footage from gross, number one, it struck out over 25,000 square feet, and I'm assuming that that meant it now goes to everything retail. We just lumped it together.
That's correct.
Okay, and it said one parking space for each 250 square feet of gross floor area. So we're requiring a parking space for all the storage area that would be in a building?
Yes, I
Or
mean,
the gondolas in the aisles?
it's evolved several times over the years. I think originally it was one parking space per 200 square feet of gross floor area years ago.
Right.
Then it changed to one per 250 square feet of customer
service.
accessible area.
Right.
But there was an employee, was there an employee standard for that? There was. And now we're looking at changing it back to one per 250 square feet of gross floor area with an employee standard. So, yes, it does change it. We did an analysis of this, and it wasn't a huge impact over the existing standard. In some cases, it reduces the standard. And we felt like, the ordinance previously segregated between over 25,000 and under 25,000. And at the last committee meeting, we agreed that the ordinance should probably be consistent all the way through.
I agree with that. I just was questioning more about, I totally agree with making it one standard, but my concern was, what does this do if you start counting storage areas and shelving spaces as needing parking spaces?
Not having been here in recent years, I'm not sure how many developments were approved under that customer accessible area standard. I know the PetSmart was. I think that was the origination of it. And I'm not sure how many were developed after that. But prior to that, as far as I know, it was gross floor area. So it probably wouldn't affect too many properties.
Commissioner Ratzenberger, did you have a question?
If I can just go ahead and add on to that. As part of this review, we had done a comparative parking analysis between the customer accessible area and the gross floor area, taking a sampling of, I think it was about 5 different shopping centers, Tanger Outlet Mall, Satterfield Landing, Shops at 10 and a Half, Outer Banks Mall, and basically the 200 square feet of customer accessible area was equivalent to the 250 gross floor area. So that's one of the things that we looked at. We didn't look at smaller retail areas, just some of the larger samplings to see what kind of impact it would have, and it was comparative.
And I guess that, Mayor, since our committee's getting ready to start to work on smaller things, I just wondered about, say, an ice cream shop, which is retail. A lot of their space is going to be taken up by their freezers and coolers, or, forgive me, wings. A lot of their space, and they're under the shopping, they're below the 25,000, and I get that, but a lot of their space is taken up by displays and so forth. And that's been one that would have been built under the current ordinance.
Yeah, I mean, I think this, in those situations, this ordinance would help them, and that was one of the intents of the ordinance. Those retail buildings would have been built under 1 per 200 gross floor area, and now it would be 1 per 250. So it would actually reduce the parking requirement for those businesses.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Other questions for Mr. Garman?
Are we, Mayor, are we gonna go through after the public hearing and discuss? Okay, I'm just gonna save anything I have to say till then. I
Sure.
wanna get the public up.
Well, and there's been
have
a
any
number,
questions.
number of questions asking for clarification on things, and this is the time to do that. So are there other questions on Mr. Garman's presentation or further information you all want from staff on the proposed revisions to the parking ordinance? All right, thank you.
One other thing.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor.
I think I'd like to have Andy do is cover briefly the changing in parking standards for the village. I think there was a huge council out on that somewhere, and yet I can't find it right now.
Right.
Very end.
We pointed out, it's at the very end of the ordinance. If you could go to the very end where it talks about the village and Nags Head standards. Basically what we were doing is, since we have a new parking standard for single-family dwellings, we would just put a reference in the village at Nags Head that you had to comply with whatever the town's single-family standard is now, and so it refers you back to that section. We already noted a mistake in some of the other sections. As you see there, 48-866, where it refers to attached single-family district. That should be corrected where it still talks about detached single-family. But basically, this ordinance just makes the standards in the village the same as everywhere else. I think it was a problem with the old ordinance. The old ordinance said a minimum of 2 parking spaces in the village. And I think the intent is to have the village have the same parking requirement as all the other places in town, whatever the town standard is.
No,
And that's certainly how it's been enforced for years.
actually not. Excuse me, Mayor, may I?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Actually not. I mean, the village remembers the design is totally different than anybody else.
Right.
And I want to state up front, I'm not doing this, yes, I live in the village, but I'm not here defending my home turf. This is I'm just more familiar with it, I guess. And much of these standards, or some of the standards, were placed in the Architectural Control Committee of the village itself, and that was by the town itself doing that. And in fact, after a certain period, they turned it to the village. We have a few items in there that have been forever in the village that are different. And the one specifically is parking.
Right.
The village standard is 1 per bedroom / den, period. However, we only do an 8x16 vehicle. And every builder in here knows that when they come to the village with a plan, they come with 2 plans. They have one that shows the N 8x16 vehicles, and another plan that shows N-1 10x20 vehicles. And the builders smush things around such that they can meet both standards.
Right.
We say, fine, off it goes. And I realize that I probably made the comment about looking at the village standards when we were doing all this, but I'm not so sure that we don't open a complete can of worms by trying to make the village exactly conform to what's there. For example, are you forcing us to 10x20 over?
Well, just to clarify, if you read the language that's stricken through, this is how the ordinance read prior
Right, I
to this
understand
amendment. It says a minimum of 2 parking spaces per unit.
Right.
That's not how we've been enforcing it. We've been enforcing it N-2. And so this is a inconsistency with the way it's been enforced. And all we're trying to do is make it consistent with all the single family standard that applies to the whole town. And you had mentioned that when you go in the village, you have to meet the village's standard, but you also have to meet the town's standard,
Right.
whichever is more restrictive. And so the contractors always have to use 2 site plans, and, you know, that's just the way that it goes if you're building in the village. But we just want to make sure that whatever parking requirements for single-family dwellings we adopt, it's applied the same in or out of the village, and not 2 spaces per unit. Because I don't think anybody thinks that you should have a minimum of 2 spaces per unit for an 8-bedroom home. And you guys would continue to enforce it on your end, but we couldn't enforce it on our end if that language stayed like that.
Okay. Whatever this comes out to be, then I'm gonna put on my other hat, and we need to have another meetings, because I don't know if we, the village, are gonna have, since I'm on the architectural committee, are gonna have to make any changes to go through the board.
Right.
Just want to check and be sure that we don't have, because we're, and I'm gonna bring this up later on stacking, but
Right.
because of the way that situation is, we may clear up all the issues within the rest of the town and still leave. Okay, fine, I'll let that go.
Okay.
All right, other questions for Mr. Garman? Or does does the board wish to receive any other information from staff at this point? All right, if not, is there anything from the planning board? Any comment from the planning board on this at all? All right. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this proposed text amendment? Let's go with the gray hair first. Seniority always wins out.
More mature individuals.
That's right.
Turning to page 5, figure A, please, would you put it up? Page 7, I'm sorry, page 7, figure 5. This is with the dimensional standards for residential parking. There is shown there a turnaround space just off the street. Is that going to become a requirement for all buildings? And would it be a requirement for parking if the home is destroyed and rebuilt on the same footprint? The reason I ask that is impossible on my lot. I live on a hill. To put in that turnaround space at the base of my driveway would require me to destroy 4 trees and take out about 10 feet of elevation of the sand dune on which I live, replace all of my plumbing and some of my other utility facilities to get it down to that level. Because among other things, my water supply line comes up about 1.5 feet below the raised elevation of the bulkhead along my driveway.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Might I suggest that we go ahead and get an answer to that question, because I think it'll take care of the concern, then Mr. White can continue on.
The
with
other
his
thing
point.
is your 10-foot by 20-foot parking requirements. Most vehicles today are much smaller than that. We are shrinking vehicles. Even your Cadillacs are not 20 feet long. They're not more than 6 feet wide today. I would suggest that you really seriously look, especially in the parallel parking for stacking, that be required no longer than 16 or 18 feet and no wider than 8, not 10 feet and that kind of thing. Vehicles are smaller today. Many of your cars are only about 15 feet long or even less. Setting a huge parking space requirement for smaller vehicles, I don't think is reasonable. Thank you.
Let's get an answer to the first question if we can. Mr. Garman, if you can respond to that.
Okay, the 10 by 10 turnaround, that would only apply if the lot abuts US 158 or NC 12, and that's a standard that's been there for a long time. We're just clarifying it with the diagram. The only thing I think that's new is there's a 5-foot separation requirement between the turnaround and the edge of the property. So that's the only change there.
All right, thank you. All right, next, Mr. Mascaro.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, John Mascaro, I live at 107 West Gray Eagle. My question's about anywhere in this parking ordinance, I have a situation where my office is, where my neighbor, I'd like clarification on how the parking lot is to be used. I mean, parking lots are for cars, motorcycles with license plates. I have a situation where stuff is being displayed in a whole parking lot. Takes up about 16 parking spaces. So is there somewhere in the ordinance that says what's allowed to be parked in parking spaces?
Let's get an answer to that question as well. I think the board may have some concerns about that issue as well. Mr. Garman, if you can address that.
The parking ordinance does say that required parking spaces shall not be used for any other above-ground purpose. That's something that's been in the ordinance for a while. So if you have a commercial business that's storing things in their required parking, we can take an enforcement action on that to have that removed.
All right. All right, thank you, sir. All right, next, Mr. Mueller? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you can.
Beat you to it. Here we go again. I move that you strike this whole thing. You're killing the builders. You're killing us when we go to our homeowners or our potential new buyers in real estate and try to explain disclosure and all the stuff you're forcing us to do. Leave well enough alone. We have enough to deal with already. This is beyond my imagination how to come up with 3 site plans and all the money we have to spend that goes nowhere. And we already have what we have here. Let it work the way it is. We're dealing with it all these years. We have the 3 scant months that we work with, and we deal with the displeasures of all the cars. But then we have the rest of the year, like Renee said, and you're killing us. I mean, the cost is going to be astronomical. Down the road, the ramifications are going to hurt us. Quit governing so much. It's too much. The whole world is coming this way, and it's hurting us. And you're killing the values of the properties when you do this. And I know you don't want to hear this morning, but that's where we are in the real world of real estate and cost and money. There's only so many people who can afford to live here now, and you're running people away. And I may be leaving myself because I can't hardly take it anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mueller, former Mayor Mueller. Yeah, it's like a conference.
My name is Bob Mueller. I live at 124 Old Cove Road, which is, as of right now, a conforming property. If you adopt this ordinance, you will make it a non-conforming property. I have a 13-foot drive aisle, which is legal, and I have a space under my house. I have 2 parking spaces for a 3-bedroom. 1 parking space per bedroom is the wrong standard. It will create an enormous number of non-conformings, and it will create an enormous number of properties that are not currently non-conforming. I believe, Commissioner Demers, side yard setbacks haven't changed, heights have changed. Most residential properties are conforming or can be brought into conformity fairly easily. You will create a situation where virtually every property built in this town since the mid-'80s, particularly the rental properties, will not be conforming, and that's going to cause problems for resale. It is going to defer investment, and you're going to add more permeable surface for stormwater. Yes, you're allowing for some alternative surfaces, but overall, you're going to create more stormwater problems in the very place where you don't want them, where you have all those big residential properties. Please reconsider your 1 parking space per bedroom and keep it at the current standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. All right, other comments from the public? The next mayor in order,
Yeah.
Renee, you'll have to go next. Just a
Yeah.
second.
You want to recuse yourself? Get in line.
You're next.
Good morning. Like I said, I'll get all my words in today, and you won't see me again the rest of the year. Bob Oakes, 3019 South Virginia Dare Trail. I do live in a house that's non-conforming. Not anything that we did. You just outlawed my size. Non-conformity is different today, and anybody that's gone to get a loan for any kind of a property, they are looking for any reason to turn you down. And non-conformity is an uncertainty, and banks don't like uncertainties. So I would urge you, and I confess, I am somewhat invested in N-2. That was an early one. But again, the increase in nonconformities is not a great thing. David Oaksmith told me a long time ago, the road, what was the phrase? The road to progress is paved with nonconformities. Okay. But we are at a point where you're 80% built out on your residential. There's not a whole lot more new development that will go on. Two other points real quickly. If we could have an objective criteria on when you're talking about alternative parking, turf areas, those kind of things, having it just be up to the fire chief or, no offense, chief, or the engineer. After the fact, post facto, that if it's strictly a subjective standard there, that's their opinion. I'm sure it's an informed opinion, but it sure would be nice to have those objective criteria going into it so you can avoid that issue. Nobody wants to go back after the fact and redo something. Lastly, a potential solution or change to your existing ordinance. The street standards for a sub-collector street and an environmental street, they're both 20-foot wide in pavement. So I think that assumes probably 2 cars going by on it. So it says that 10 foot's okay for a car on a street, public street. Why is 10 foot not okay for a car on a driveway? I think the impetus behind that was having emergency vehicles be able to get up a driveway. I assure you, an emergency vehicle can get up a driveway if it needs to. So that may be lot coverage is always the sticking point on these things, or it seems like that's where the choke point is. That would offer, especially on a long driveway, those homes in South Nags Head, you can devote more lot coverage to parking if you don't have to have a 12-foot driveway, 12-foot wide driveway. If you drop that back to 10 foot, which again is like your public street standards in a couple of cases, I think there's potential there that you can compromise some and really not lose anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oakes. Next, yes, sir.
Good morning, Duke Garrity. I'm the Legislative and Building Coach Chairman for the Outer Banks Home Builders Association. It is no secret that we weren't in favor of these rules. We've attended a lot of the meetings and the workshops. It just seems like a lot more cost going into it if you realize that a parking space costs $1,800 to $2,500 or more for every time you increase a parking space. We don't see a problem with the parking that's now. If there was, maybe on a 5-bedroom home with 3 parking spaces, I did see some problems. I did drive around the town, spent a little bit of time checking. One of the numbers that came out of the workshop, he said, well, we drove on the west side, we found 33 instances where cars were parked illegally. It doesn't sound like an extraordinary number, considering the thousands of houses you have on the west side. If you have only 33 instances, that could be visitors. It could be people visiting for dinner, short-term. It is a short-term problem. We are a tourist area, and no matter what you put, people are going to find ways to park where they want to. I gave an example one time when my sisters came, a company that had rented houses, and we seemed to congregate at one different house every night for dinner. So you have 2 or 3 hours. We had a few extra cars, and it wasn't a long-term problem. whether that justifies having to put in 2 more parking spaces, and with the new stormwater rules, to try and get everything underneath the allowable lot coverage. So I'm going to ask you to not pass this. There was a lot of thought put into this years ago when we talked about it. The last time there was zoning changes and parking standards put in, and N-2 actually worked. It seems to work. We may have a few instances where it's a little overcrowded. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Garrity. Yes, sir. Mr. Byrne?
Thank you again. Matthew Byrne, 1623 Wood Duck Lane. I apologize, I'm not a citizen of Nags Head, but I am a recently licensed Realtor. I just think, and I'm also sat on the planning board in Kill Devil Hills for about 5 years. So my concern would be at the degree of the spectrum of nonconformity. I think we need to be cautious about that, Commissioner Pierce, because if it's a nonconformity relating to landscaping, that can be fixed. If it's a nonconformity relating to something that's the size of the structure or parking, those things are irreparable, and it's going to really have an impact on the redevelopment of your community, which is about all you're looking at going forward. Thank you very kindly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Mr. Worsley?
Good morning. I'm Poggy Worsley, 310 Bridge Lane. I'm speaking as a builder and a resident of the town. Obviously, the public comment has been all focused on the residential side of this proposed ordinance change. And I'm, as I look at the matrix that I've reviewed, the commercial, everything in commercial was lessened a little bit. And then the commercial side was proposed to be more strict. I'm gonna say let's leave it alone. I sent y'all an email as a mass mail because I didn't know if I was gonna be able to attend today, but anyway, it should be interesting to see how you debate after they close the comment section, but I'm gonna ask you to leave it alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Worsley. All right. Any further comment from the public on this matter? This is your opportunity. Does the board wish to receive any further information from staff before it begins its deliberations? If not, we will conclude the public hearing on this, on the proposed amendments to the parking ordinance, and the board may begin its deliberations.
First of all, comments. I would like to start, if I could take that opportunity. I think when I was back on the planning board, when this started a couple of years ago, this project was kicked off. And the committee that we've had has done some outstanding detailed work on this, and there's been a lot of hard work, a lot of hours put into it. The original idea was that we were paving too much of the Outer Banks, and that some of our parking standards were overzealous for the actual needs of parking. And I think the committee has addressed that as far as the commercial standards are concerned. But as far as the residential standards are concerned, I just can't vote for an ordinance that's going to make, and my guess is close to 90% of our residential properties non-conforming. So we need to take another look at that. Also, I think our relationship with the village over the years has worked very well, and I would hesitate to make any changes that would change that relationship with the village. I know I was a member of the planning board for 10 years. We had always checked with the village when anything was going on in the village, and their standards were more strict than the town standards, and we usually agreed with the village and committees, and that has worked very well for at least the last 11 years that I'm familiar with. So, sorry I took the first on comments. Mayor Pro Tem Walters, would you like to start? Do you have any comments?
Well, as I said initially, my recollection is the same as yours. When we were talking about looking at this ordinance, it was looking at perhaps, paving too much. i.e. banking, which has changed dramatically. Everybody doesn't go to the bank anymore. And we have some pretty high parking standards, you know, and paved a whole lot, which really isn't needed. The committee has done great work. I mean, great work, and I think staff has as well in synthesizing what the committee was looking at, what the board was looking at, taking into consideration our comments from the workshop and redrafting this again. However, I do still have heartburn about the single-family parking. I think historically, the town has sort of had a goal of not increasing nonconformities, and this is definitely going to increase nonconformity. And when you talk about sale or resale or the value of homes, I think we're jeopardizing that with the way this is written. So I would like for us to revisit definitely the single-family parking, leave it alone, N-2 for less than 4, even N-1 for over 5 is paving a whole lot. And just because there's an 8-bedroom home doesn't mean that there are 8 cars there. It is a short-term problem. People do drive more cars than they used to. You know, you got a couple of teenagers, they each want their own car. But I think we're doing a really broad-based approach to fix a short-term problem that I don't see as a crisis in our community. So that's my biggest concern about this, really, is the single-family parking. With regards to the village, if we're applying if the same standards are going to apply anyway, I guess I'm kind of unclear on that, how there are 2 sets of plans, but really the most restrictive apply anyway. So if that's a housekeeping thing, I'm fine with doing the housekeeping to get it, you know, get everybody on the same page there. So that's my biggest concern.
Thank you. Commissioner Demers?
Sir, I'd like to reserve an option to go last because I've been on the committee and I want to talk about that a little bit. So could you come back to me after the
Yeah,
other
certainly.
commissioners?
Commissioner Dunn?
Well, I think I stated earlier what I think about nonconformities. I worked very hard a long time ago to get the statement in the land use plan that said it's the goal of the town to get rid of nonconformities, which meant anything old that was in the town we wanted to get rid of. We finally got that statement out of the land use plan. And so I would have a really hard time creating brand-new structures and making them nonconformities. I have no issue. My questions were answered very rationally on the retail, or excuse me, on the commercial side. The only thing I'd say is, quite honestly, I think on banking, it could go to more than 500 square,
More than 500 square feet.
more than 500 square feet, but I'll leave that alone. But, and with the residential stuff, I'll answer Mr. White's question. Not all vehicles are short when people attach both rod racks to the front and trailers to the back. So there's a reason sometimes for the length of that. But the 1 per bedroom, I just don't believe I can support. While I realize the planning board has done tremendous work, and the committee has done great work, and we had a really good workshop. But we all realize, I think, sitting up here, that when we start getting more of the public feedback, that there's going to be more flags raised. We all may have concerns, but we start hearing the flags, and I think the one consistent fact that I'm hearing, even from the audience, is 1 per bedroom is not really the right way to go. What's wrong with N-2? That makes them conforming. And I just can't support making more houses. And as I say, whatever issues I may have up the street with some of the other things going on, they're houses that are being built according to the rules, and I just am not going to make a house non-conforming before they even get their CO.
Commissioner Ratzenberg?
I first want to thank the committee and the staff for some excellent working of the data, the presentations to make this tremendously complex thing even a semi-understandable. We've been in deeper kimchi with simpler issues than this one. And so I'm very happy with that, and the public input to it, too. This has been a very complicated process that has gone well through it. And I'm with the mayor. When I was chair of the transportation guy on the first seafood festival, I had to find parking. So that's going to be tough. So I started wandering the house to see what businesses I could beg parking from, and I came back here and reported to the then mayor, Oakes. I says, that's no problem. We got more parking than we know what to do with this whole town, and I like to think that's what kicked part of this whole thing off. We paved. Where's Joni Mitchell? She needs to come in here and do her little song right now, okay? Anyway, having said that, let me just do mine by going through here. Some of these are just little quibbles or things, observations, and then I can tear my tags up. I'm not sure most people understand stacking or even know about it. And I realize it was in the ordinance before, but I'm really not sure it's just been there. And I keep thinking of flag lots and things like that, Mayor Muller's lot, et cetera. I really wish we'd just get rid of the word stacking. We're reserving paved space for a fire truck that may never have to be there, and other things. And I wish we'd just take stacking out, because technically, most guys with flag lots are in non-conforming already, yet we've approved them. So that's the designated turning area that Mr. White brought up. I thought in one of the earliest versions of this thing, we actually made the statement in the parking thing that it was 12 and 158 only.
Yes.
And I think it would help to be sure that
That's the way
we refer to that or point it out in here so folks understand it.
it's written, that's what it's written.
And that's just administrative, but I think it will help the clarity and understanding of folks. Hang on, you guys got more highlighting than I have yellow tabs, so. Okay, you already caught the taxi and limo. The area that Commissioner Cahoon brought up, on page 29, the retail things, we've taken two different categories and smushed them into one because its standards were identical. That's great, but I really think you ought to look at keeping the title to be retail over 25 plus anything else we didn't mention. Because I don't think it tells you that, if you just say it's for retail only, it kind of says everybody falls under this one, then go look. It's just a clarity issue. Clean up the title and everything will be nice. And I'm with my compatriots here and everything on this non-conforming thing. A lot of the nonconformities in this town have been caused by previous actions. I think my home in South Nags, it was conforming when it was built and the right-of-ways changed. And I lost a chunk of my front porch or something. You know, and this is something they can't do anything about. I think the roads, the folks down here between the highways, a lot of them, as roads have been put in and standards have been changed, they've lost their complete front yard. They can't do anything. And it wasn't their fault. So the time, I will make this statement, the time for us to have had one per bedroom was 20-some years ago. And that would have solved some of the crowding issue, because it would have forced us to build smaller homes to fit both parking and home on the same lot, and that would have drawn less people down here. That's the time to have done it. Barn doors open, horses are long gone, and we might as well stay where we're at, because this doesn't accomplish what the real problem is, and all it does is hurt too many people now and in the future. So I'm all for leaving it alone. And that's it, Mayor, I think.
Okay, Commissioner Demers.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Just for a little truth in advertising here for clarification, I was on this original parking committee when I was on the planning board, and when elected to be commissioner, I was no longer chairman of this committee, and I became liaison between the board and the committee, and Mr. Cornwell took over as chair of the committee. And that committee as a whole put a lot of good effort into it and a lot of intellectual energy, and I think came up with a good product, which is then subject to the adjudication of the board, and I totally respect that. With that history, I'm probably somewhat biased in my opinion on this product. I understand that, but I'd like to share my perspective on a few of these things. And after hearing all of the comments from my fellow board members and comments from the public, I'm flexible on what we come out with as a final product. I think we ought to do what this board thinks is best for the town in all cases. So just a few things. The original intent of the committee, as was communicated to us by the board at that time, was to look at the overall parking requirements for the town, simplify our code wherever we can. It's always our number one objective. Establish consistency where it's not there initially. And in particular, we were looking at supporting and encouraging business development. And a primary example being along the beach road where a lot of business development was being precluded because of the parking requirements, because there was very little parking there. And so, as has been mentioned in the commercial side, we did everything we could that made sense to improve the parking situation there. I think that's very good. I think from what I hear, people are very comfortable with the commercial side of it. The residential side is a little different. I'd like to address one point that's been discussed quite a bit here, and that's the after-the-fact aspect of the permeable pavement issue. A close read of that paragraph clarifies that it's not immediately upon installation that then the town engineer or the fire department comes in and says, that's no good, tear it out and put it in. It's after it's been in there and been in place for some period of time. If it's not being maintained as originally agreed upon, and therefore is not maintaining its permeability, then is when corrective measures would be taken. So we're talking several years in all reality after that's been in, that it's determined that it's no longer permeable, then something does need to be done, because it does need to be consistent with our stormwater ordinance and the intent of the town in terms of stormwater and permeability. So it's not quite as harsh maybe as originally might have been suspected upon a read of this paragraph. The nonconformity issue, I've already kind of tipped my hand on that one. I live in a house that's relatively new, conformed at the time it was built, like others are, of course. But when the turnaround requirement was instituted some years ago, that made my house non-conforming. And as I ride up and down, for example, the beach road, I see that probably most of the houses there are non-conforming because turnarounds are just not there. So I'm one of many that would not be classified non-conforming because of this proposed ordinance. I would just continue to be non-conforming. If the sentiment of the board is that, even increasing nonconformities by a small number is a bad thing, then that's the sentiment of the board. I can understand that. The parking space per bedroom issue, I think, is a real showstopper for many. I kind of like the one per bedroom personally. A lot of analysis went into that. We can say it's a short-term problem, 50 days, 90 days, you know, the shoulder seasons are getting longer and longer. Maybe it's, you know, more like 6 months. But perhaps one of the most problematic areas and source of a large number of calls into the town surround the parking issues where, you know, cars are all over the place. We can say, well, it's just not really a problem, but I think it kind of is a problem. I do support the one per bedroom. If it's decreased, then, you know, I can live with that too. I've been living with it for a number of years the way it is, or maybe there's a compromise area in there. In any event, summary for me is that I'd like to thank the committee members that hung in there all this time, the support from the town's council, legal counsel I'm referring to, in trying to help keep this straight, and in particular the planning staff that has had to not only try to put together what the committee wanted, but as we've gone through this good open public process of the workshop and all that, trying to then accommodate as many of those concerns and issues as possible and make some judgment calls on what's right. I think the committee and the staff have to be highly commended for that. And with that, Mr. Mayor, that's my comment. And like I said, I'll keep an open mind on any and all of these issues, and I can support what the board would like to do.
Thank you, Commissioner Mears. I would like to thank the committee again. You've done an outstanding job on this and a tremendous amount of work. And there are 4 of us in this room now that are somewhat responsible for the N-2. For a little bit of history there, former Mayor Oakes, that's his formula. I think former Mayor Muller was on the board that approved it, and what you heard today is the same thing we heard then, but maybe not quite as strong as we heard then. But it was something that we needed to do, and I think since that time we have, that's been a logical solution, and it seems like that we have at least partially solved the residential problem since then. And we did make a lot of properties non-conforming at that time, but not nearly as many as would be made non-conforming by what we're trying to do here. On the commercial side, you certainly have achieved the objective that we had when we started this, was not to overpave our community, and I think what you've come up with there is very good. Is there any further discussion at this time? If not, do we have a motion?
I'm not sure how to say this, but I'd kind of like a motion to kick it back to be looked at with the comments that were here. I think using the old standard and clean up the other little tweaks.
May I ask the attorney a question?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
John, would it be possible to go ahead and adopt the commercial standards that were presented today without adopting the residential standards that were?
Yes, ma'am. You could adopt just that portion of it. I'm not sure how to divide it up.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Well, I guess that would be a question for Andy, or would you prefer to have it all brought back at one time?
Well, we could, just a suggestion, we could take a short break while the ordinance is revised to pull the residential standards out.
You got 2 of us that are going to go, no, we don't do that.
I think that leads to more confusion if we work on the
Right.
fly, and that's not fair to staff or the public.
Right.
Okay, I'm hearing from my parking ordinance subcommittee chairman that the preference would be to bring it all back and just and clean it all up and get it the way you want it.
Right.
Before we try to pick it apart here, so maybe that would be the best thing.
I think other than the few quibbles, the big thing is the direction we're trying to communicate is to go back to the old standard
Now,
and clean up the other bits and pieces around it.
Could I just kind of walk through that briefly?
Yes, that's
Good
please
idea.
do.
Okay, so the number one thing I'm hearing is the parking standard as it applies to single-family dwellings, primarily the number of parking spaces. And we have a lot of other language in there about other things, but I think the number of parking spaces is primarily what you're focused on, right? Okay, so I got that. With this alternative parking surface and, having to come back and take it out if it's not performing, Commissioner Demers clarified that. How do we feel about that? Do we want to just leave that alone?
That was my issue. I'm okay once the explanation,
Okay.
as long as there's a note perhaps on a site plan for future owners.
Right, okay. So
I don't have a
administrative
problem
thing.
with that either.
But, well, I don't either, I kind of piggyback, but I am concerned about that if the fire department changes its mind part. I mean, the way it's written, the fire department should have approved that, or public service should have approved that to start with.
Right.
I can't see changing that approval. The fact that the surface fails is a totally different issue, which I'm on board with.
Okay, so we'll make sure it clarifies that only if the surface fails is it
Right.
required to be addressed.
I'd be fine, I'd be
Okay.
fine with that.
All right. The taxi limousine standard, that's one thing we can go ahead and take a look at.
Right.
I think everybody was still okay with the retail standard? Okay.
I am.
Designated turning area, I don't think it's not really a change over what's in the ordinance now.
Yes.
So-
Yeah, that was-
Stacking, one thing that I'll say about stacking is that if we eliminate, the requirement for a drive aisle, you've got a lot of oceanfront properties that have long lots. And I just envision a scenario where you've got a 12-foot wide drive aisle and you've got 8 cars stacked right down the driveway. And without the provision for the drive aisle, that's what you could end up with. And we know that people are going to park in the right of way because they're not going to want to move their car or 10 cars every time they go in and out. And
Yeah, but I think we got to do, my comment here, if I may. We're confusing the design with the usage. And we can't nothing we're doing here today fix usage. I don't care what the standard is, somebody's going to show up here with twice as many cars as they got bedrooms.
Right.
And I don't want to know what goes on inside that house. But, so we got to eliminate that part and go back and look at the design issue of the thing. And the ocean front is one side, and a lot of places on circles and that have pies or flag-shaped lots, because we do have a lot of odd carve-ups, are stuck by the stacking thing. They can't possibly, even for a 4-bedroom home or a 5, even if you go to M by 2, so 6-bedroom is 3 spaces. You go one under, one behind, and my own home, if I were to add bedrooms, would then become a problem because of the Y lot. And I got nowhere to go on either side. And so I think there's others, and that's why I'm concerned about stacking. I think it's been honored in the breach more than in the, the law has been honored more in the breach than anything else. We've got things out here in Elliott Estates and stuff, which are great big square, they technically don't have a drive aisle because they've made just a great big square basketball court that is loaded up 4x3 cars. There's no drive aisle left in there.
Let's go back to the drive aisle issue, how we got where we were. And this takes us back 10 years or so, when we were looking at N-2, and as I recall, that was at that time 11-foot drive aisle, and that was requested by the fire department so they could get a fire engine to the front of a structure in case of an emergency. Chief Zork, I think that's correct, isn't it? I think we're at 11 feet that time. You've gotten wider fire engines now.
asking about the width of fire engines. Generally, the worst-case scenario that we'd have is a ladder apparatus that has pedestals and supporting infrastructure that needs to be, that may exceed the width of a 12-foot driveway. But generally, I think most of the fires that we fight, with the exception of maybe South Nags Head, some of the areas with very long driveways, we can do it from the street. So, you know, it's, like I say, more is better. It wouldn't be unusual for us to have to fight fire around stacked vehicles as well. But, you know, a 12-foot drive access is sufficient.
That's preferable.
Yes, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and of course, the imposed loads apparatus, you know, we assume that a fire apparatus of 60,000 pounds GVW is gonna be supported by a regular driveway. And I'm not, Dave is the expert on concrete and other non-permeable and permeable surfaces, but we've had success with that. But that's the kind of weight you're looking at. I would always defer to Dave for his opinion on that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Could I comment on the stacking? My understanding of the stacking is it's just one of the options that you can use for your parking. If you don't have room for those perpendicular spaces, as shown in the other diagram, another option is to stack and have a narrower paved area and still achieve your number of parking spaces. Now, you know, maybe I'm wrong on that. And if I could I ask Mr. Ryan to tell us if that's the way we discussed it in the committee meeting? I'm sorry, Andy, but at that time you weren't there.
Yes, that is the way that we discussed it. Actually, it's a little bit less stringent than, I think, the current ordinance, which is stacking is limited to 2 vehicles. So we tried to look at how stacking is applied in various scenarios. If you look at that diagram, there's unlimited stacking underneath the house. So we try to free it up a little bit and try to make some sense out of real-world scenarios.
Well, I'm sorry, but unlimited stacking under the house, there is a limit on stacking under the house called the size of the house.
That's correct.
And, you know, the diagram, there it is, right there. That blank space over in B right there the stacking I'm talking about is the one, more than one behind the drive aisle. That blank space over there, right there. What's the purpose of that blank space?
The purpose of this blank space is to allow emergency vehicle access to this house.
I just heard the emergency vehicle guy say he can get there.
If we go back to the N-2 standard, then really stacking in this scenario is not an issue because you've got a 4-bedroom house and you've got 2 parking spaces that are required.
In that case.
In that case, correct.
Flag lot. I keep coming back to flag lot.
Yep.
Or even a Y. I think your lot's a flag lot, isn't it? When you take up the drive?
That's not really flag lot, but.
Okay.
No.
All
But
right,
if you,
I
if you-
know plenty of them.
If you look at the 2 diagrams side by side, you'll see on the left side where you do the parking the other way, you have a much wider paved area. So what we're doing is with the stacking, we're decreasing. So it's an option where you decrease.
Well, and I think the concern is that if you have let's say, a 6-bedroom residence, then basically all vehicles, you could have a 12-foot wide drive aisle, and then all vehicles would be stacked right in a row. You wouldn't have any designated parking spaces because they would all be encumbered within that drive aisle.
And that is the problem of the folks, the same problem that every house has here. When they bring 10 vehicles to a 6-bedroom house, and they go out there and perform the morning kabuki dance to rearrange their vehicles for whatever's gonna happen. That's a personal problem, not ours. What is that, we're talking, let's separate usage from design. And we can't solve the problem of restricting the vehicles unless we get the cooperation of the real estate management companies and all that to enforce like vehicles per bedroom. We can't solve this problem.
And maybe
And
there
since
is.
we're honoring stacking in the breach, and we're honoring turnaround area in the breach, it seemed to me to be, you know, I haven't heard yet a good reason for why they should stay in there.
And maybe there is an opportunity to go ahead and take a look at east side versus west side and how they're being utilized.
I think the reason for it to stay in there is pouring less concrete.
Yeah, I mean,
So that's the reason for stacking is you don't you don't pave as much of the Outer Banks.
Right.
That was part of the original charge that we
Done,
gave
so
the committee.
we can quit paving part of that thing. I just,
So, John, I'm just not clear what you're asking for as far as stacking. You want to get rid of it or keep it?
get rid of it. I want to get rid of stacking, take it to, like, no. I want to get rid of the language that prohibits stacking.
So the ordinance currently reads that stacking is limited to the two, so you would like to go ahead and remove that altogether?
Right, and it also reads, which is, where's my little thingy? There it is. It also reads, I think, that you can only do one. I just shot myself, I think. Anyway, I think, there it is. It's a coordination issue and an aiming issue, obviously. Forget it. In the good old days, the ordinance also reads you can only have max of one adjacent to the here. I mean, that's what's forcing this big blank space. I could eat up less concrete if I could put this car over here, just have a little jog for that one, and have flowers and bushes and trees and.
Well, I mean,
You still gotta have access for emergency vehicles, John, and that doesn't give you access.
It's not a fire truck, there are ambulances as well.
Ambulances and everything else.
Okay, I give up.
Okay.
You don't have access if the place is loaded up with cars already. That's a usage issue, not a design issue. We haven't restricted access by changing this. So, I don't know. I will be quiet.
Andy?
Okay, so what I'm getting from this is the committee's just going to go ahead and leave the stacking the way it is.
We'll probably talk about it again, but leave it where it is.
Okay. All right. All right, and the last thing that I had on my notes, well, there was one thing that Mayor Oakes brought up about objective standards for alternative parking services. Do we want to look at that? You know, right now, I mean, he mentioned in the alternative parking standards, it's really up to the town engineer's discretion to approve it. And his suggestion is that, you know, we have some more objective criteria. Do we want to look at that or leave it the way it is?
In the code now on,
Well, in the proposed code, where if you go up, I think one page, one more. Yeah, right there. This whole section we've been talking about for a while. It says right there in the middle, in the same manner, let's see, shall be reviewed by the town engineer and the fire official having jurisdiction, and it shall count as lot coverage in the same manner as other similar permeable pavement surfaces. This basically lets the town engineer have discretion over what is approved, and I think the comment was made, you know, do we need something objective in the ordinance that says these are the things that are allowed, not necessarily a discretionary thing? Is that making sense to any?
Could I ask a question on that? Could there possibly be inserted a reference to some technical specifications that the engineer would be using to make that judgment, as opposed to just leave it as it is, which kind of implies he can use anything he wants? But I'm wondering if there are some specifications that we could reference here.
I think that you hit on a great point there. I think that's the proper way to address it. If we can come up with a standard for the various types of pavement surfaces that we would make available to the contractors and to the public, so they would know what their options are. And then if there was something beyond that, then we would go ahead and review on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah,
But,
we've already got that spelled out in the code for porous concrete. That's pretty well tied into a good
That's
standard.
correct.
So if you could do something similar for the other allowable surfaces, I think that would be good.
Right, and I think maybe the best way to do that is with a graphical standard and specification that could be tied into this in some way.
So we'll go ahead and do that, make that change. The only other thing was at the very end, you recall, the Village at Nags Head standards referred to a minimum of 2 parking spaces per dwelling.
And that's inconsistent with the way the ordinance has always been interpreted. We would prefer if that ordinance read, you know, parking shall be required in accordance with section, you know, and then the section that refers to parking standards for single-family dwellings. Just making that correction.
So you're not talking about changing anything?
No.
The way that the village has been developed has been consistent?
Right. If we stay with N-2, then the village would require N-2, just like everywhere else, is what the change would.
Well, we do, actually, we have a different standard, but it
Right.
still has to meet yours, so
We're
it
just
all
talking about-
works.
Yeah, just the town standard would be.
I think if we stay the way we were, we can look at this afterwards and decide if it has, I don't think it has any impact on the current standards that the village, which are, as I said, are tighter. I don't think it has any impact on that at all, and so that would be fine.
The last thing I wanted to mention.
Before you leave that, Andy, just one additional thought. You know, everything that we've had that affects the village, we go to the village homeowners committee on and work with them on it. And it might be good to work this through them also to make sure that we're all in agreement on it. I don't have any problem doing it that way. And don't know of any reason it shouldn't be done that way, but that's always a good check.
All right. The last thing, on the single-family standard, I think that several different options were discussed here, N-2 across the board, which is the way it is now, N-2, then 5 bedrooms and above, N-1. I think it would be helpful to give this committee and the planning board specific direction on what you think the standard should be. I think that, you know, they've been given that twice, and they've come back with the same proposal, and so I think that at this point, they really need to be told what the preference is in regards to that.
What's the consensus of the board?
Current standard is N-2. I'd say leave it.
I'm fine with that.
I'm good.
I'm good with that. I could be had on for 5 rooms or better, N-1, but I think the board says N-2 is the direction that we need to give.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Just a comment, I made a remark about that designated turning area, been in a previous version, I didn't see it. Commissioner Cahoon pointed out to me, it's in 163 Bowlegs 2 on page 7, so it is there, my mistake.
Okay, all right. All right, I think we know what we're supposed to do, so, thank you.
Okay, what motion do we want from the board? Motion to return to the planning board.
I make a motion that we send it back to the planning board for further development, and they shall bring it back forward at their pleasure.
There's a second to that motion?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion to return to the planning board and have them bring it back at their discretion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unopposed, like sign. There being none.
Can we have a 5-minute break?
And it's time for a 15-minute break. The board come back in session, please. Next item on the agenda, we're going to skip down to the update on beach nourishment, which was supposed to happen at 11 o'clock, so we're running a little bit late on that. Tim, would you come forward with your presentation, please?
I have some extra handouts of the presentation if anybody on the commission would like or need. Mayor Cahoon, are you shaking your head, you would like it?
Sure, I mean, I've gone through it on the
I've got to throw it
PowerPoint.
online, but I didn't print it out.
Print it out.
I'll take one, yeah.
I've got one, thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation to come and see you again. Nice to start off the new year. I was asked to prepare very short presentation on the performance of the beach so far, and we'll be happy to answer questions. And with me is our project engineer, Hai-Ching Kauskowski, so she really gets credit for a lot of the information that was put together here. We are now at the 3-year point for the project, and I guess the bottom line is, so far, the project is performing better than expected, or it's performing well by most objective measures. We do have a few erosion hotspots. We'll talk about that momentarily. But what I want to do is show you some of the key highlights of how the project has performed in the last 3 years. Is this working? Okay. All right, just a quick sum up. The 2011 Nourishment Project, it was the largest locally funded project ever done in the United States. All funding locally generated, county and municipal funds, individual tax districts, and so on. And that's a big deal. 4.6 million cubic yards is quite a bit larger than the typical nourishment project. It extended over 10 miles. And just the point I'd make really quickly, that the longevity of beach nourishment is proportional to the square of the project length. So if you double the project length, you potentially quadruple the design life. So a long project that's 10 miles like this is going to last much longer than a short project that's only 2 miles long, and that has implications for future renourishment efforts. We had some very good offshore sand to work with. I've changed this from project cost of $37 million to project budget of $37 million. I'm not sure all of the funds have been expended yet. I think there's still some money left in the budget, hopefully, because the construction actually came in at about $30 million. The engineering came in at about $2 million with environmental monitoring and so on, and the balance goes for other contingencies and post-project monitoring and so on. So I think we're well under that project budget, and perhaps Mr. Ogburn can clarify that if we need to. We got a good price on the sand. I don't know whether we'll ever get a unit price like that again. That was a surprise to us, and one reason that the budget was so favorable when we did it 3 years ago. And as you know, we were able to do the project in the summertime. So Roberta, I guess if you're moving it. This is one of Hai-Ching's famous graphs, and I just have to kind of walk you through a couple of things real quickly. Because of various controversies about how a project performs, what we like to do is actually quantify the amount of sand remaining in the sandbox. So think of the beach as a big sandbox. It's extending from the dunes to offshore. If you're just interested in what's on the dune area, look at those bars over in the left side. That's a calculation of the volumes that are remaining in the 10 miles of project area between the, say, the crest of the dune or the ocean side of your houses out to the 6-foot contour, which is the edge of the dry beach at the toe of the dune. And if you see this, the shape of those bars there, the very left-hand bar, which you can barely read there, was just a tiny little bar. That's how much sand was actually placed in that area in 2011. Today we have over 1 million cubic yards in that area. So that set of bars on the very left there actually represent a large gain. About 800,000 cubic yards have shifted from where it was placed on the active beach into the dune area. So sand has gone up that way. It's been pushed up by waves under storm conditions, and it's also blown up by winds, the famous winds of Nags Head. And that accumulation is pretty significant. I mentioned the number 800,000 because if you recall 10 years ago, after Hurricane Isabel and a few other storms, we had some FEMA money to rebuild the dunes after that event. And I believe FEMA reimbursed the town for several $1 million to put 350,000 cubic yards in the dunes. And you know what happened to that sand? It just washed right away. This is a case where you placed a lot of sand on the beach, a lot more sand than that, and nature has shifted 800,000 back up into the dunes. You didn't have to pay for that. It all happened very quickly and naturally. So that's kind of a good news story. With the buildup of sand in the dune area, that means your dunes are higher and wider. And the keys to successful shore protection these days, as it was proved in Hurricane Sandy, is high dunes and wide beaches reduce damages. So that's the key takeaway from that graph. Now, all that other stuff to the right there, again, we're talking about different reference levels. It gets kind of tedious, but we have a key reference depth at minus 19 feet, because for purposes of applying for post-storm restoration funds through FEMA, we have a reference elevation of minus 19 feet underwater. That's what we call the FEMA limit. In other words, if we can show, if we have a storm such as Sandy or Irene or another big hurricane that comes along, and it takes out a huge amount of sand, and we can document that quantity of sand that's removed down to that minus 19-foot contour, we can potentially apply for reimbursement under Category G, Community Assistance Grants. Carteret County, Bogue Banks has done that in the past for various hurricanes. If you look at that line, 4.6 MCY, that's the 4.6 million cubic yards that were placed there. That's the reference line of how much sand you purchased. You look at the size of those bars relative to the 4.6 million cubic yards, and you can see how much sand is remaining. And you see that the right-hand bar under the minus 19 foot there, I can't read it from here, but it looks like about 4.3 million cubic yards is remaining in the sandbox. So 4.3 remaining in the same sandbox where the 4.6 was placed. Do the math real quickly, and you see that there's a retention of about 95%, thereabouts. There are a lot of other details that we can go in there, but I don't want to spend time on it. But I do want to point out one thing, that if you were just looking to the minus 12-foot contour, if you can just go over one set of bars, and you'll see there's a big drop in the volumes there. The minus 12 area is where the offshore bar often occurs. In the first couple of years after the project, the offshore bar was in shallower water. But in the last 2 years, the bar has shifted into deeper water. And so between the 12-foot and 19-foot contour, that's where the offshore mound of sand is, the longshore bar. And that's why it looks like there's been a huge amount of erosion if you just measure it down to 12 feet, and then you regain it when you measure up to 19 feet. And if you go even a step further offshore, you find that we actually have more sand in the area between 19 and minus 24 feet. And you ask, well, how could that be? Well, that could possibly be due to these large storms actually pushing some sand in from slightly deeper water into that zone. And that's good news too, because that means the sandbox is not deflating. It's actually filling up over time, or at least it's remaining stable. So overall, and this is the aggregate, this is overall for Nags Head. I'm not telling you all of the details because there are a lot of variations in between, but this is the big picture. Roberta, if we could just go to the next one. Now, let's just break this down into the key project reaches. The two sets of bars on the left, reach 1 and reach 2, encompass 8 miles worth of Nags Head. That's where most of the sand was placed, okay? It encompasses 80% of the project area. And if we look at how much sand is remaining in that section of the sandbox, we see that over the last 3 years, we've actually gained 10% more sand than what was put on in 2011. So we're actually in better shape in those areas. So everybody up in North Nags Head who didn't get quite as much sand as South Nags Head in the beginning actually has 10% more today. So that's performing better than expected. Yes,
Question,
Mayor.
how many datum points are in each reach?
We have profiles every 500 feet. And so in 8 miles, I think that's about 80 profiles or so, something like that. So there's a lot of data behind this.
And for each profile, there are numerous actual data measurements,
Oh, yeah.
correct?
Yes, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds from the dune out to deep water. Now, if you look at the second 2 sets of bars to the right, reach 3 and reach 4, that's the south end of the project. That actually only represents 2 miles worth of the project. And you can see from the pink bar on the very left in each set of bars all the way to the right, we've had a drop in volumes there. And it totals 30% for that 2 miles. So in 3 years' time, we've lost 30% of the quantity of sand that was placed in those areas. You may recall that we formulated this project around an estimated 10-year design life, 10 years being, hopefully at the end of 10 years, we're at least not worse than we were prior to the project in 2011. That's how we define the design life. So you can see clearly here that where we've lost the most sand relative to what was put on is in the south end, but it's just that 2-mile section. So in the total, we've lost about 95%, but the south end has lost the most, not surprisingly. We also started with more in there. So just a quick summary of project performance. When we looked at a number of things that we had to do for the permitting, we had to monitor sediment compaction for turtle nesting. We found that the project was no different than the native beaches to either side of us, so no tilling was done or required. Nourishment sand remaining, again, over 1 million cubic yards of sand is now found between the dune and the toe of the dry beach, so 96% remaining to the minus 19-foot contour. We just went over the north end versus south end conditions. If you look up coast, up to the north end of Nags Head that wasn't nourished, that last mile, and into KDH a little bit, there's actually been a gain of about 230,000 cubic yards in that area. So some of the nourishment sand has shifted to the north. Down coast, the National Seashore, toward Coquina Beach, the down coast has also gained sand, but at a rate of only about 170,000 cubic yards. So whether or not the project is producing any adverse impacts on shoaling in Oregon Inlet, I think you would be hard-pressed to say that it's much different than previous conditions, because if it was impacting, we wouldn't have much sand left in Nags Head. So that's where that is. Biological studies, you funded a major study for the last 3 years that was conducted by CZR Incorporated, our partners down in Wilmington. They measured hundreds and hundreds of samples, counting all the organisms that are in the samples in the beach, in the Barrow area, and adjacent areas that hadn't been touched. And they sliced and diced the data as many ways as possible. And what they concluded is that there were no significant differences between the project beach animals and the adjacent control beach animals. You could find subtle differences here and there, but in the aggregate, there were very few significant changes that were worth writing home about. And in fact, of the changes that would be considered positive for the critters, some of the positive changes, about half of them, occurred in the project beach, and the other half of the positive comparisons were in the control beaches. So it was kind of a wash. But by and large, the vast majority of the comparisons, there was no significant difference between them. So we like the headline there. The Virginia pilot back in June said, "Wildlife thrives after Nags Head beach nourishment." And I think tourism was also thriving about the same time as well. We've taken a look at the the beach width. Beach width is something that I kind of cringe at when people start talking about beach width, because the beach is so dynamic. We're more interested in how much sand is in the sandbox, because we know it's going to come and go all the time. But just for people's edification, Hai-Ching went through this analysis and measured the width of the kind of the active beach between the toe of the dune, down the face of the dune, outside the vegetation line, out to the 5-foot contour, which is where the flat section of beach starts to slope down into the surf. So just use that as a rough proxy. And these are the numbers that she came up with from our recent survey in June. Again, I would take these a little bit with a grain of salt, because so much sand has shifted into the dunes, a lot of sand has shifted offshore. But on average, we have about 70 to 80 feet of dry beach, if you will, throughout the area. Reach 3, where we put a lot more sand in the first place, is of course a little bit wider. So that's the condition there. The Reach 1 area did not receive as much nourishment, but it's still about 70 feet wide at this point. We did a similar analysis for how wide the beach was before the nourishment, and I think the average was about 40 feet or so. So the average width of the beach has increased. You might think, well, it's only gone from 40 feet to 80 feet, say that's only 40-foot width. But remember, a lot of the sand is now up in the dunes. We're not measuring that. And a lot of sand is in the nearshore zone, creating those bars that are somewhat protective. So we just thought we'd show you that range. And those are averages on the graph there, mile by mile. Okay, we've had numerous discussions with David on the staff here about what to do about all this extra sand that's coming into some folks' homes. And, again, it's kind of a site-specific issue. Some places are worse than others, and it's quite obvious that you can correlate the conditions with how far back the houses were set. So consider it this way. If the house was set back behind a nice stable dune before the project and there was vegetation over it, probably you don't have much of a problem. You had to put some more sand fence in. The sand fencing has gathered that sand. It's been pretty effective, and there hasn't been encroachment on the house. And so that's kind of a Category 1 type situation, and we've recommended putting echelons of fence seaward of the houses, at least by some distance, and at least get a minimum criteria there. And I would say this Category 1 applies to, what would you say, Hai-Ching, maybe 50%, 60% of the properties along Nags Head, something like that. Category 2 is where the houses are a little bit closer, and in this case, now we're starting to see issues where, guess what, the house is right on where the dune wants to be. So this situation is a little bit worse for those property owners who are sitting right on top of where the stable dune would like to equilibrate. And so we've offered up some criteria saying if you've got a wide enough dry sand beach in the area, and this applies to some of the South Nags Head areas that have wide berms, we have enough of a buffer to place the fencing seaward of the houses, leaving about a 20-foot, 5-foot gap there, and let the dune kind of evolve around there, and hopefully that will minimize encroachment on the house. Again, it's going to be a site-specific problem. Dave, if you want to expand on any of those issues. David is much closer to the specifics, property by property, than Hai-Ching or I are. So, well, that's Category 2, and by and large, they're the ones that are starting to feel the effects. The good news about the sand buildup in the dunes, just real quickly, is that you all remember all those sandbags that were exposed before the project? We don't have many situations like that. either the sandbags have been removed, I know that's the case in a few properties, but I think a lot of them, they're simply buried. And out of sight, out of mind is certainly far better. So that's a tangible indication of improvement. Real quickly here, category 3, all right, think of South Nags Head, the famous sand soda community. Those houses are out on the active beach. There is not nearly enough dry beach out in front of them. And really, the beach doesn't belong, the dune line doesn't belong out there. The dune line wants to stabilize landward of those buildings. And that's a case where we just have to, if there's room, we can place echelons landward of some of those houses and set our control line up there that way. That applies to maybe 5% of the properties or less, 2%. Yeah. So there's just places where we just don't have enough room seaward of the houses to place any sand fencing, to keep it out. And there's that one motel just south of Jeanette's Pier. Never really had a dune out in front of it, but now that we have a lot of dry sand beach, and it's slab on grade construction, it's very low at the berm level, we have encroachment problems in that area. So, but they have a situation where they can place sand fence on the seaward side. Okay, I think we'll just wrap up real quickly here. South Nags Head recently, you've seen some more exposure of the sandbags, particularly with the northeasters that we've had the last couple of months. These pictures here, station 1012 on the right there is about 1,000 feet from the south end of the project. And you recall Reach 4 was the taper zone where we had to taper back into the national seashore. So they didn't get as much sand to begin with, and that locale is right at the south end of the project. Imagine when you build a sand castle in front of your house and the waves start washing into that sand castle, which way does the sand move? It tends to kind of peel off from the ends. The same with a nourishment project. A nourishment project will start to lose sand from the ends. The ends will literally unravel because the sand is shifting to the adjacent unnourished areas. So we see accelerated erosion usually at the very ends of the project as things progress. But there are other causes for that too. So I just want to wrap up with a number of the causes. And this is where, well, here's some other pictures. Again, down at the very south end, station 1025 is the very end of the project. So if you're at 1019, you're just a few hundred feet away from the end of the project. These shots were just taken the end of October, and I'm sure it doesn't look any better today. So these are some of the causes of erosion. And this is where folks like you all hate folks like us because we have to have lots of different causes of erosion and different factors. But it is true there are a number of factors here that could affect an erosion hotspot or accumulate it. The first and the biggest reason is that South Nags Head has always had a higher erosion rate than the rest of Nags Head, 5 times higher. So you would expect to get erosion signals showing up sooner at South Nags Head than at North Nags Head. As I just mentioned, project end losses. The project starts to unravel from the ends, so if you're close to the end of the project, you're more likely to see some losses. Profile adjustment, that's simply the onshore, offshore movement of the bars in the dry beach each year. You know, in the summertime, the beach builds up. We all have seen that time and time again. And in the wintertime, the beach goes offshore. So if we have a rash of northeasters in the fall, and we go into the winter months, we lose that nice dry beach that we're used to. But as long as we have a volume in the profile, we can expect a lot of that sand to return to the dry beach just in time to put out the beach blankets next spring when the season rolls around. So some of the erosion hotspots are just associated with that onshore-offshore movement. And if you started with a little bit narrower beach, let's say your beach was 50 feet wide at the end of the summer, where everybody else was 75 feet wide, and the northeasters took out 60 foot, well, it's come right up to the toe of the dune, right, at your site. So again, we're trying to widen the beach in all areas so that we can accommodate these normal exchanges of sand from winter to summer and between storms. So that's the profile adjustment portion of it. Rhythmic shorelines, what is that? Rhythmic shorelines is a pattern where if you look down the coast, you'll see buildups in some areas, and then it cuts out in another area and builds up. The shoreline, in other words, is not straight like an engineer would build it, but it's wavy. And that waviness usually reflects differences in the bar offshore. The bars have different effects on the waves. They modify the waves and the currents in such a way that they'll create a little buildup in one area, and it'll scallop the shoreline. So if you measure the quantity of sand in section by section, you'll see that these waves will reflect in this zigzag quantity like you see in these graphs. Don't worry about the details there, but we have two sets of data. One is taken in June of 2013 and one in June of this past year. The June 2013 in kind of the blue color shows you any dip in that profile there is kind of an erosion hotspot, or it's less sand in that section of beach. That graph applies to the entire 10 miles, so imagine this is kind of stretched out. So where it dips down, that was a point where there was less sand than the adjacent areas back in 2013. Notice where those dips are in 2014. You see how they've shifted a little bit? Some have gone north, some have gone south. This is the bars moving around, the focused energy of the waves shifting. So you may have a situation where somebody in 2013 said, wow, our beach is really wide, but in 2014 it's really narrow, and it's the worst I've seen it. You know, we get this all the time. Again, we're trying to look at the big picture over time, and you will get these localized erosion hotspots due to the rhythmic topography of the beach moving along. So I know that's maybe not what some folks here want to hear, but that's the way the natural beach operates. The important takeaway, in my estimation, is what's the overall, do we still have a lot of sand in the sandbox? Do we have more sand than when we did the project? Or do we have at least 95% remaining? That's the good news, because that will sustain us for a lot longer. There were a number of recommendations that Hai-Ching and I came up with. Roberta, if you could just scroll that up a little bit there. Because of these changes in the fall, and we're starting to, deal with calls from some of your community about what's happening in front of my house. We just had a northeaster. The commission may want to consider adding a survey in the fall just to check on that. We're not quite as worried about it, but this is one way to have some peace of mind, to at least quantify what's going on and see how much worse it is. Because right now, we're surveying in June purposely so that we'll know the condition of the beach before a hurricane might strike. If a hurricane does a lot of damage, then we come back out here, resurvey it, and see whether or not we've lost sufficient quantity to go to FEMA for a request for reimbursement. But anyway, Mr. Mayor, that's one thing that you might want to consider, adding a fall survey. And we're not, believe me, we're not trying to make work for ourselves. This is just something that if you feel it would give you some peace of mind, that's a pretty easy fix there. Short-term solution, just as in the past, scraping sand. You know, we've had sand scraping permits here for many, many years, and that kind of buys you time until the next big nourishment project can do. So that's a consideration where you have erosion hotspots. A long-term solution, a few on the board have discussed this with us, is maybe we should initiate permitting for the next renourishment. I personally think it's a little premature, but again, in this day and age, it's taking us a long time to get our permits to do these projects, so that may be something to consider. But even if we do targeted nourishment in the erosion hotspots, or say we just focus on South Nags Head, remember what I said in the beginning. Project longevity is proportional to the length of the project, the square of the length of the project. So if we only did 1 mile at South Nags Head, that's not going to last very long. It's going to cost us a lot to mobilize a dredge and so on. So that may not be as effective a strategy as perhaps waiting until 2/3 of the town require nourishment. So when you mobilize the dredge at all that expense and you get your permits at all that expense, you're actually doing something that is going to have a little more longevity. And I'll just close by saying, without question, you call all my Dutch coastal engineer friends and they'll reaffirm this, but the most cost-effective, long-term strategy for reducing your sand maintenance costs is to nourish and place a sand retaining structure at the south end of Nags Head to hold the sand in place, to reduce the erosion rate there down to a comparable rate of what North Nags Head is. Sand retaining structures are 4-letter words, which I can't repeat in here. So. And with that, I'll be happy to open up to questions.
Yeah, it's
5-letter.
He's an engineer, not a speller.
Any questions from Mr. Kane?
Two things. It'd be nice if the public on that, on those graphs where it says stations from Reach 1 and then stations 2, 3, and 4, if there was some correlation to either a mile marker or to a street so that people could take a look at it and see, because they're not going to understand necessarily 500 feet from where, 1,000 feet from where. I mean, we've got enough mile markers and street signs so
Sure.
that people could be able to look at it, because there's a lot of people in Reach 1 that really believe they're either, number one, losing their sand, or they're paying for it twice. Instead of it, Northeaster's taking it out, it's sending it to the west. And a lot of people spent a lot of money last year, even though they had sand fencing, to put sand back.
Right.
And I'm not sure that people are going to be willing to continually pay to put it back, because that's the most expensive method,
Right.
is to
right.
pay to put it back on the beach than just get it hauled off.
Mm.
And when you do that, we're losing sand.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to encourage that.
And they're already paying they've already paid to have it put on the beach, and they're not necessarily going to be willing to pay to put it back on the beach, when that's the more expensive alternative.
One thing that's different about this project compared to many in the past is that the rate of dune growth has been extraordinary compared to most of the projects that we're aware of from the literature or our own projects, even Carteret County, where they had some pretty good dune growth. Not surprisingly, this is one of the windiest places on the East Coast, and Hai-Ching, if some of you saw Hai-Ching's presentation at NC Byways, where she went through an analysis of the rate of dune growth as a function of the beach width. So as the beach gets narrower, which it does, as the dunes grow up, they'll also become vegetated The beach will get narrower, so we won't have as high a rate of dune growth. So I would expect that that problem will diminish compared to where we were the last 2 years with it, because of vegetation, revegetation over that dune, and because we have a narrower, dry beach to feed that dune. So those two reasons there. I would, I think there's probably, I kind of lost my train of thought after that, but I can't really think of anything else that we can do short of putting more sand fencing in. The vegetation usually takes several seasons to establish itself. But we do have situations where some houses are just in the wrong spot. That's where the dune wants to be. And so people are going to be shoveling out at those locations no matter what we do. I think that's just the nature of it right now, unfortunately.
We had last fall when we were having this serious problems with sand migrating to the west, we had a recommendation, and I don't know where it came from, that we reconfigure the dunes as we move sand back towards the beach with a berm in front of the dune to help stop this erosion. I don't see anything in your report on that. Is that a recommendation?
We have some details in the report that go beyond this. We've talked to David about that. It's a combination of sand fencing and more of it as necessary. But, you know, as you put sand fencing out on the active beach, then you run into the problem in the fall with some of that sand fencing being exposed to waves, and then you have sand fencing collapsing, and so it's there's no simple, you know, solution to avoiding all that problem.
I think this recommendation was for reconfiguration of the dune, saying we're moving back on the beach to create a berm in front of the dune to help stop the westward flow of the sand.
You're still going to get the migration, though, if you don't put something to stabilize that mound in front of it.
That in a combination with sand fencing.
Yeah, and as you drive down the beach, we just drove it a month or so ago, and there are just some situations where there's so much encroachment still of a number of properties out on the active beach that any kind of realignment of the dune is just going to be a very obvious bulge in the dune line there, and as soon as we have a northeaster, it's going to want to just lop that section off, and you know, we're kind of back to square one again. I mean, I could be kind of glib and say, really, that those property owners would be advised to just bring their properties back if they had room. And, you know, that's good for everybody, because nature wants to build a fairly straight vegetation line, fairly straight shoreline. And we still have a few properties that are encroaching right through that line. And even if we put more sand in every 5, 10 years, I think we're still going to deal with that problem, because where it's happening tends to be where the erosion is the worst. So, Mayor Cahoon, former Mayor Cahoon, I was just going to suggest that we have a number of graphics in the report that could be put on the wall that show where all the stations are, and people could correlate these kind of graphs with them. We could also annotate these graphs and kind of stretch it out. So, but that might be something worthwhile, because we have some really beautiful aerials that you all have paid for that we use in our analysis. And so you can just have a big strip displayed somewhere over in Town Hall. So we'll be happy to talk to David about that.
That would be worth it, because people are not going to understand what this type of graph is if you can correlate it to either a photograph or to something tangible.
Right.
And the only other thing I had was, one of the recommendations for a short-term solution is prohibited by ordinance. I think, our term is beach bulldozing. I'm assuming that's what sand scraping is.
Right, right. And I can't remember whether we took that out of the report. Remember, this is a PowerPoint slide. This is like internet stuff.
Tim, could I ask a question? Based on our 3-year history now, we've seen a 4% loss in the sandbox, basically, which I think you're saying is much better than we expected, actually. Is that correct? Now, based on your historical knowledge of other projects and compared to the data we've got for 3 years on this project, would you project that we start losing more sand faster? Or will we kind of stay at this rate, or for the next 3 years, say, for example?
Normally, you tend to lose sand faster in the early stages of the project for a couple of reasons. And this is why beach nourishment gets a bad name often. Some projects have been placed with a lot of fine-grained material mixed in to the good sand, and the fines tend to wash away. So that accounts for very rapid deflation of the profile. Some of the projects were not monitored as accurately into deep water in the early days. So when half the sand goes offshore into shallow water, it's still in the sandbox, but that just wasn't counted. So you would hear that. You're doing here as accurate a survey of the sandbox as we can do it. So we're accounting for sand across that entire profile, but that's why we break it into those different lenses so that, if somebody says, well, it only counts if I can see it. Well, fine, well, there it is. This is what we put in the area where you can see it. This is what's left in the area where you can see it. So that's the way to track it, and then you hope that nature will just adjust. But I think to answer your question, I would expect a slower rate of loss with one caveat. The rate of loss that we've had right now is actually slower than we projected. We projected 275,000 cubic yards per year loss. Our loss rate has been under 115,000 cubic yards per year, I think. Yeah, something like that. So that's even lower than some of our numbers that we had in the run-up to the construction.
Yes.
We'll see.
I have
Time
a
will tell.
question.
Mayor Pro Tem, yes.
Just looking really long-term with renourishment, when you look at Wrightsville Beach, which I know has been nourishing for, 50-plus years or something, they have a dual dune system. Was that second line of dune built with sand fencing and vegetation, or was that formed by some other method? And would that be a recommended long-term solution?
Well, I don't know the specifics on that, but they've been renourishing so frequently that the condition of the beach in Wrightsville is much better than it was when they first started. And as the berm, as the beach was widened, that slowly fed the dune system, and there's a second dune line that was formed. I don't know whether some of that was artificially manipulated, scraped up, or whatever, but I suspect a combination of sand fencing and just natural vegetation did the job there. Because if you go down to Bogue Banks, where we do have some specific knowledge, Bogue Banks had a post-Floyd escarpment right next to the houses. Floyd was 1999, and the first nourishments rebuilt the profile along that dune line, and then subsequent renourishments allowed a second dune line to form. So now they have two fairly distinct dune lines right there. If you go up to West Hampton Beach, I'm a little familiar with that area, they have 3 dune lines that have formed within a groin field that was constructed back in the 60s. just because of gradual accumulation of sand. One dune line would form, become vegetated. A new dune line would be initiated with development of rack in there, just as more sand accumulated. So you could have the same thing in Nags Head, potentially, if you wanted to just keep feeding the sandbox more and more. And you can see some of this by simply going down to Waves and Salvo. They've accumulated sand over a long period of time. They get their sand from Rodanthe. So you can see this just by going down to other very healthy sections of the beach. You put enough sand in the sandbox, the dunes will follow.
In the Bogue Bank scenario, was that second line of dune all naturally created, or was it assisted with fencing and
They
vegetation?
put some fencing in there, but it would have occurred anyway. Go down to South Carolina, we have very sudden influxes of sand coming ashore, sandbars that are detached from inlets, they come ashore, and the shoreline literally jumps to a new location. So the former shoreline, which was just becoming vegetated, it stabilizes. Vegetation just takes over in there. And a new ridge line is formed in the more seaward location. And that ridge starts to accumulate sand, detritus that comes out of the marsh and so on. And so you have a new dune line there. And if you keep feeding it like that, you'll have a succession of dune lines or ridges that are forming. Go down to South Louisiana, they have what's called a chenier plain. These are rows and rows and rows of low dunes that have formed as a result of all the sediment coming out of the Mississippi, and it just feeds that system. You can pull it up on Google Earth and see that.
One more question. Based on your experience and knowing the windy conditions we have here, if long-term, and I mean very long-term, we were looking at a second line of dune, would that require fencing and vegetation based on our conditions?
Well, no, I mean, you don't really need to do that. Nature will place the dune where the detritus accumulates. You know, when you have all that marsh grass racked up at the foot of the dune, that starts to create the nucleus of a new dune line. So if your dry beach is wide enough, it'll form in there, and it'll leave kind of a swale between the two dunes. So you don't have to manipulate it that much. Nature will do a pretty good job of it on its own. But I think the name of the game for Nags Head is to determine what is your vision for this beach over the next 50 years. And if your vision is you want to keep all the development you have as is, not move anybody else off the beach, and you want to widen the beach out to some degree, and the powers up in Raleigh are not going to allow us to put a terminal groin in place, you can keep feeding more and more sand to the system artificially until you just widen the beach out to where you have that second dune line and that extra protection.
Thanks.
The other question, yes, Renee?
Tim, to follow up on Mayor Pro Tem's question, if we were to have a secondary dune, would it not, instead of the sand migrating totally westward, would it not naturally fill in that swale somewhat and create a more plateau type area? And instead of it all shifting westward into driveways and so
Again,
forth?
it's all dependent on whether you have a positive sand budget, the beach is accreting and gaining sand, or it's eroding back. If it's eroding back, then you're not going to maintain that second dune line. So you kind of, it's like a balance, and I don't know that you want to get into such fine tuning of the system quite yet. What I would prefer we emphasize here is establishing a really solid primary dune, one dune, focus the efforts on that, and then hope that we maintain enough of a dry beach to maintain the integrity of that dune. And then at such time as we have too much sand that's encroaching and so on, then we look at other stabilization of the dunes. Does that make some sense?
And I think the other distinction, the difference that we have in Nags Head versus the 4 terminal groins that have been authorized by the legislature is that terminal groin means it's basically at the end of, near a waterway. We need to ask for legislation for a groin, not a terminal groin. A groin for Nags Head because we can't go any further south.
Right.
Because that's just not gonna happen right now.
And if anybody is interested in looking at what the effects of a structure like that would be, just go down to Buxton, to the old Cape Hatteras Lighthouse site. There are 4 groins down there that have held the shoreline in place, and then down coast of it to the point, there's a nice arcuate beach that's accreting down to the point, but it's offset. And so the groins hold the shoreline in place. You take the groins out, you basically shift the entire shoreline back several hundred feet there. So long-term, you can have the same effect. By the way, surfers like those kind of settings because you get a nice break around that. That's, sorry, that's
They
a
love
little
the pier,
side.
that's why.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Mayor?
Yes.
Not a question, but a piggyback. I've got the report and read, all of the stuff here. And I think what's being suggested here is, at least in my mind, I mean, first off, the secondary dune won't happen until we have a sufficiently wide dry sand beach in front of it. I mean, that's the way dunes build, depends on width of dry sand. You've got to get out of the water to allow dry sand to blow, but not too far out that all you're getting is tiny stuff. And so we need to focus on strengthening, widening our beach that's put in from the first project. We have a secondary, not a secondary issue, but really the primary issue is from about Station 975 south, needs repair badly. And if possible, bring it out, to get it, or it needs fixing. And then the other part, and we started this with the dune drive, and that's what ended up in this whole, when you see the final report, this whole chapter 7 in there on the, the management of the dunes and the rest of it. I'm beginning to think that in order to build this dune, a contiguous dune from one end to the other as best we can, given the fact that we do have break houses on them and all the rest of it, we really need to drive down that thing and go house by house, take a picture, draw a map, and then send them a tailored letter that says, this is what we would like to ask you to do in order to help the town of Nags Head. Some people have more sand than they need, or sand fence, they don't need any more. Stop sand fencing, stop doing this, or fix your fence, or please tie in, we get you and your neighbor, talk, because it's all private property, there's nothing we can do about it. But please tie in with your neighbor, here's the benefit. The ones that are complaining, maybe talking about sand, they don't have a contiguous, it's a system. Neighbor on each side of the guy in the middle is a system that needs to be working. Fix your walkway a certain way to prevent these problems, because they all do. And I think then, that's part of it, is we take a focused effort on our dune line to try and get it fixed. And then hopefully, maybe some of these encroaching structure problems are solved. But that is an important fact, or an important part of the next step to me for what we're doing here. I wish I knew how to fix the taper problem at R4. I wish I knew how to do that. And that's That's a whatever.
Nourish into the national seashore.
Right, nourishment the seashore, nourish the seashore. And I don't know, it may be time to think about expanding ourselves all the way to the northern boundary. The length of a project and the survivability, and thinking about the fact that KDH and the rest of them are now working down this way. As we look to the future,
Maybe they're gonna help us.
maybe, but it would help if we could tie in a little closer. So there are a number of things.
Tim, what are your near-term suggestions that we might be looking at?
Near term, there's really nothing that is cost-effective that can be done. If your ordinance prohibits the sand scraping in those erosion hotspots, again, there's nothing much that can be done. We've had a few situations where we've played with this rhythmic shoreline, and we've shifted sand from one area of the beach to another, lateral shifts. But it gets into so much politics, taking sand from in front of one person's or a couple people's houses to shift it over here, and knowing that nature is going to shift it to some extent. By the time we got permits to do that, the problem has probably shifted to another area. I'm afraid that there's not a lot that you can do short of applying for another permit to have in hand a permit that allows you some maintenance of the area. If things got tight, remember before, we hauled in sand from inland to address some of the erosion hotspots and rebuild the dunes, and you know how short that lasted.
First storm.
And it was because we didn't nourish the rest of the profile. So if individual homeowners want to bring in 5,000 yards of sand, you can kind of imagine how short-lived that could be, after we put in 4.5 million cubic yards of sand. So I'm still optimistic that almost all of the erosion hotspots are temporary, but we're going to have more of them, and they're going to shift around as the project proceeds along. It's just what we've inherited by the simple nature of how this shoreline behaves. The north end is slowly eroding. The south end is losing sand at 10 feet a year. And then you've got these fluctuating hotspots superimposed on that. So, we put a lot of sand down there at the south end, but at some point you have to tie it back into existing. You can't just cut it right off.
How long are we looking at for a re-permitting process now?
Probably at least a 3-year
Three-year time period.
I would say, yeah.
Puts us out to year 7 if we start it right now.
Right. Which we probably should be starting right now. Are there any, will the process to get permitted to re-nourish be any less hurdled as a result of any success we've experienced from this project?
I like to think so.
But will the hoops be the same, or will there just be new hoops?
I've said it before, but you were groundbreakers. This commission broke some new ground up here, without question. It made some believers, and it made the agencies wake up and take notice that, yes, these projects can be done pretty effectively. No project is perfect, and, we're going to have to deal with erosion hotspots from here to eternity. Just about every nourishment project does. That's just the nature of it. But, I think what Cliff's saying, we should have an easier time this time. You have good borrow areas remaining offshore. We've had
good
So
success.
instead of
I'm
5
just-
years, it's 3 years for a permit.
Yeah. I personally would prefer waiting to do the next project until we're at least 7 years down the road. 7-year itch.
Which
I
begins
think-
now.
Yeah, we can permit now, and just to have that permit in hand. But really keep in mind that what if we get 7 years down the road and in the aggregate, we still have 75% of the sand remaining? I'm just throwing out a number. So we still have a majority of the sand that was put in there, but we are dealing with erosion hotspots. So then we go out to bid for sort of a maintenance level effort. We're gonna pay a premium because of the mobilization, and if we do a short project, those areas are not going to last as long as redoing a much longer section. So that's why I would opt to wait a little bit longer, but do larger projects less frequently. And over time, you're going to see success, just like places like Myrtle Beach and Bow Banks have seen success.
Okay, Mark?
I'd like to just get a little bit of overview from you on one specific area, and that is the larger picture of the width of the beach versus how it looks in certain properties. And it's very easy for all of us to look at our own property and say, this is really good, or this is really bad, because this is what I see. And so, with the mayor's permission, may I show
Yeah.
this
Go right ahead.
photo and ask Mr. Connor to talk to it? I'll show it to you first. This is from the original photo, which was the sleeping houses. And we talked here.
Which page was that on? This Hygien's got a copy of it.
108.
108?
This is down in the Seagull area.
Right.
And your observations, Mr. Connor, about the width of the beach overall as opposed to how it looks to the owners in the immediate vicinity of right in that spot.
Hai Ching, when was this one taken? Was that the June? That was the June? Yeah. So this was June. This is looking at a relatively healthy dry sand beach. I'm sure it's a little bit narrower now because we're in the winter months. You can see the nucleus of a dune forming at the lower part of the photograph there. You see the dark shadows where some sand fencing was put out. That's a dune line that we expect would start to be more stable and become vegetated as long as we don't have run-up to that area. And David might have seen some evidence of that lately. It takes several years to get those dune lines established where they're vegetated. And you come back to that same location several years from now, we'll probably have a dune that's vegetated in front of many of those houses that are in the foreground, okay? That will create a perception that the remaining beach is narrower there. Remember, because a lot of sand is now up in the dunes, and it's vegetated. So that doesn't count for the beach width anymore. But it's there, it's sand in the sandbox, and it's offering the protection. Down south by the Sansota properties, you can see that they're well seaward of where the natural dune line wants to form. In fact, if you just trace along the vegetation, Roberta can just, kind of mark right down where the vegetation line is right now in this photograph. You can see it wants to be landward. You see those houses right there? It wants to be landward those houses and all the Sansota properties. That's the natural alignment of the beach. That's why these aerial photographs are great, because they kind of give you a perspective of where the vegetation wants to equilibrate. And it may be a case where some houses are right on that line, some houses are seaward of that line. Vegetation's only gonna go where it can thrive without occasional inundation by storm surges.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's answering any
Well,
question.
Yeah, and I think an observation here is that, you know, if we were to focus on that area and do additional nourishment right around there, would that last at all? Or is that shoreline going to gravitate right back to that relatively straight line and going to be close to those houses regardless?
Well, this is a section of the beach that where we're losing 5 times more sand than we do in the north end. The erosion rate is just much higher. So if we keep putting sand in, we put in 10 units of sand each year on average, and we lose 5 units of sand. Over time, we're widening the area out, we're keeping pace with the erosion, and then we're building up beyond there. And as long as we have a surplus in that area by artificial or means or otherwise, we'll have a new dune line forming and stabilizing and persisting. But this is the area of the beach where, to get that, you have to be proactive. You have to keep bringing sand in, because if we simply put in 100 cubic yards per foot and we lose 10 cubic yards per foot per year, and we don't do another project for 10 years, we're right back to where we started. And then we build it back up. 10 years later, we're back. So the difficulty in a community like this, and we have several on the coast that are, you have to decide whether you want to focus all your energies on protecting 20% of your community. Is it cost effective to do that? Or are there some other things that you should do? And you also have to recognize you've got the other 80% of the community that, you know, is also part of your constituent. That's what makes a solution in an area like this so difficult. Give me Myrtle Beach any day. The erosion rate is 1.5 feet at the north end, 1.5 feet at the south end, 1.5 feet in the middle. So if you put in sand in the sandbox, its performance is really pretty uniform. But when you have 2 feet a year erosion at the north end, 10 feet a year at the erosion at the south end, how do you deal with it? That's where the terminal groins come in. They slow that down. Okay.
Okay. Anything else? Tim, just one additional thing, and this is a housekeeping issue. You know, you did this study in June, and here we are, January, getting the data. I would like for you to set a target date of August next year to get the report back to us.
Sure.
Because I think we're probably going to be discussing beginning the permitting process anyway, and we would need updated data. So we would like to have this report not later than August, if you would, please.
Well, we're very aware of that timeline. We delivered the report in November, and we also delivered to the commission. I don't know if we made a presentation, but we gave you the results in July, I think. It was the end of June. So what we've done, Mr. Mayor, is as soon as we come back with the results, we give the aggregate results, the overall sand losses. We try to do that really quickly. What took longer this year, because normally we've tried to get the project, the report out in September. We had the issues with the dune. We were working with David on this solution. We had a lot of iterations with that. So that's why we took longer to kind of get that finalized this year.
Well, I think it's going to be probably a hot button issue by the time we get back on another year and take a look at this. So we would like to get a report in by August.
We'll be happy to, and we'll make every effort to do that.
Mayor, can
Anything else?
I piggyback on that? It strikes me, and this is just having waded through these things, that we could simplify this report you guys need all the data in the world to feed your computers and your slide rules and things, but we don't need to see all of this here to see what's going on. And I would think that if we combined lenses 1 and 2, and then combined 1 through 4, and then 1 through 6, that's the picture that we in the town needs to see. That covers dry sand, up to low weighting, and up to the FEMA limit. And what's in between is interesting, but it's not, so that simplifies the data. Same thing, reduce the graphs to show maybe pre and post, but then the previous year and the current year. All of these things that happened, several years in between just obscure the shape of the data and the curve and what we're trying to portray. And I really think also that we ought to look at splitting Reach 3 about 975 and call it north and south. And again, I'm just making suggestions, because it seems to me that the northern side of that is much more akin to Reach 2 than it is to Reach 4. And what we really have is a 3 south and 4, and I would suspect that if we saw that data differently, our percent loss in that thing would be higher than 30%.
Right.
So we might want to look at it that way.
No, those are all good suggestions. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Certainly do it.
You had one other question, Commissioner.
My question is for the manager. As part of our permit that we got last year to extend the time limit, we're supposed to do some plantings.
We're going to do that starting here soon. We have to be done by the end of March, and our idea would be to start at 4th Street and work our way as far south as we possibly can for the sand fence and sprigging.
Far south then.
Or south.
Okay.
Okay, that was the question that's been asked is,
When?
When?
Now.
when?
And where?
When? Yeah.
Okay, Tim, thank you very much for your presentation.
Can I, one thing? How much notice do you need to do a fall survey?
Good question.
Just a couple of days usually.
Okay.
Unless,
No, I know.
if it's been a major storm, then sometimes we're
Right, that's
already
different
out.
beast, but
Right.
I'm going to defer that. I might come back and want to talk to the commission, maybe at the retreat or later sometime for budget. And talk about maybe doing that. I do want to get started on the next project.
Right.
Now we have it, it's here,
Right.
it's time.
Right.
So I do want to get started on that.
Unless anybody's in serious disagreement, I think we'll take a lunch break until 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
We'll have recess till 2 o'clock.
Years or so.
Well, I was just,
Board of Commissioners back in session.
Yeah.
Next item on the agenda is a public hearing to consider text amendments relating to fishing piers within the CR, Commercial Residential Zoning District. Mr. Lighty, would you open that, please?
Yes, sir. At this time, we will begin the public hearing to consider the text amendment related to fishing piers within the Commercial Residential Zoning District. This was item G2 on the agenda. We've moved the order of those items around. We'll begin by receiving the staff's analysis presented by Kelly Wyatt.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Several months ago, legislation was passed that could potentially allow Jeanette's Pier to be sold to a private entity, and the planning board asked that both the planning staff and the planning board go back and look at the regulations for fishing piers within the CR district. So that's what we've done, and that's what we're presenting to you today. When Jeanette's Pier was developed as a public pier and educational facility by the state, the town made numerous modifications to its zoning ordinances. Those included a revised parking standard, increasing the height for pier structures, and the ability to provide off-site parking as well as off-site wastewater facilities. If the site were to be developed privately this extensively, it's doubtful that all of those modifications would have been granted. In November, planning staff presented this item to the planning board, and there were 4 ordinance revisions for their consideration. The first was reducing the height of the pier house from 60 feet to 35 feet, and 35 is traditionally the maximum height within the town. A provision that would prohibit the principal use of restaurants within fishing piers when there's the use of off-site wastewater facilities, increasing the parking requirements for pier sites with more than 150 feet of oceanfront frontage, and limiting customer service area within fishing piers in the CR district to 1,000 square feet. Items 1 and 3 do result in creating nonconformities at Jeanette's Pier. However, there is a section of our zoning code which, once you document your nonconformities for zoning purposes, those nonconformities can continue. So in both 1 and 3, it doesn't mean that the structure couldn't be rebuilt back per zoning. And then items 2 and 4 would create limitations for the use of a restaurant within fishing piers within the CR. And again, as it's presented, everything except the parking standard applies to the CR district, the commercial residential, which encompasses Jeanette's Pier, as well as Nags Head Fishing Pier. It does not encompass Gary Oliver's Pier in South Nags Head, which is in the R2 district. If the board were inclined to adopt any or all of the 4 recommendations or any variation of, and they wanted that to also be considered in the R2, staff could go back and draft that language if that's what the board would like to see. When this was presented to the planning board at their November meeting, it was a 4-0 vote recommendation of adoption. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, are there any questions for Ms. Wyatt? No questions. All right, thank you very much, Kelly. All right, anything from the planning board on this, Mr. Cromwell, or? No, I think I covered it. Okay, very good. Any comments from the public? Does the board wish to receive any further information regarding this proposed text amendment? All right, we will conclude the public hearing at this time, and the board may begin its deliberations on the proposed text amendment.
Any discussion?
Actually, I was reading something, I forgot, I did have a question.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I can ask it now, it's just as easy. Go ahead.
Sure.
What's the current customer service area of both our fishing pier restaurants, indoor and outdoor?
I haven't split it out, indoor and outdoor, but
I don't care, total.
Nags Head Fishing Pier is probably going to come out to maybe 720. This was post or pre their most recent edition, so that might have added,
Okay.
I don't know, some to that. But the Outer Banks Fishing Pier, they are at 740 something. So both fishing piers, Outer Banks and Nags Head, are under the 1,000. That's
Outer Banks with that whole deck area is under 1,000?
It is. It's kind of funny. You can look at the definition of customer service area, and it really is specific to where people are eating, drinking, being served food. So while people are milling and drinking pretty much everywhere, when I go measure customer service, it's where people are seated and being served primarily.
Okay, I realize this doesn't apply to CR,
Right,
so it doesn't matter,
Right.
but
One
Okay.
question, Kelly. Did I hear you say that the 714 square feet at Nags Head Pier was before the addition?
Yes.
It's 1,000, there was a fairly good size addition there.
Right.
That 1,000 square feet will take care of that?
It is a substantial addition, but I don't believe that it would, I'm confident, actually, that it would not bump it up to the 1,000
But if we
Of
move it-
customer service.
of customer service.
Customer service area, yeah, that's a,
Gross floor, it's over, but customer service, it's not.
yeah. And I was just thinking that's, customer service area there is almost as big as his original customer service area. Would we be safer if we maybe, what would hurt if we bumped that up to 1,500 square feet?
I don't know that it's going to necessarily hurt anything. I believe the Jeanette's Pier assembly area
It's
is
still
at
5,000 square feet,
5,000,
right.
so it would still, I think, address
You can do that. You can do it.
the customer services.
I don't want to limit these piers in that they're surviving with a new business model, and I don't want to limit them to be able to survive with that, under that new business model.
What the hell?
I agree with you, Mayor, but I'm not,
You trying to get them
since Outer Banks Pier is not even in this zoning district, this doesn't affect them whatsoever. And I would feel confident that if planning staff were to come back, I agree with you, totally. I don't want to hurt, I think they found a great niche, and applaud them for finding a niche to survive, that I would hope staff would come, either direct staff to look at it and come back if there's an issue, or come back with a proposed modification.
To include the R2 district with Gary Oliver?
Personally, it's up to the other commissioners. Personally, I would like to include the R2 district to make sure we've got all three piers under the same regulations.
And if we were to raise it today to 1,200 or 1,500, I don't think that would impact require, because we're loosening.
It doesn't
not
change the
tightening.
character of the ordinance, that's right.
So, I mean, if you would like to make that a.
It's just a technical change to the
I would kind of
proposal.
like to maybe raise that to 1,500 and still do what we need to do.
Would you like a motion, Mayor?
I'd like to end the other discussion first. That was just my discussion, questions.
No, that answered my concern. It was too tight.
Well, I really can't say if it's too tight or not, or, you know, what they'll be allowed to do in the future. I think some of it depends on a lot of issues, septic, and a whole lot of those things, which may
Septic,
preclude.
parking, lots of things.
Yeah, there are a lot of things. So I don't know if we need to increase the 1,000 at this point in time. Can we add the R2 today, since it was not? Okay, I didn't think so. Okay.
I'm sorry, was that a question for me,
Right.
Commissioner Walters?
Well, everybody shook their head no, that we can't add the R2 today.
No, you
because
cannot.
it
That
was not
would
published
change the
in
character of the
that-
ordinance, but I think
Okay.
the changing the size limitation is permissible.
All right. Okay, any other discussion? Do we have a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the ordinance as presented with one change, that on number 4, and I'm going by this, not necessarily the ordinance says, that we change the 1,000 square feet to 1,500 square feet. Section 48-405, C1E.
Okay. All right.
In the ordinance, it's
Paragraph G.
G.
All right. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Discussion. All right. All in favor of the motion to accept the ordinance as presented, with the exception of item G, which would increase the 1,000 square feet to 1,500 square feet of combined indoor and outdoor customer service area, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign, and it's so ordered. While we're at this, if we can get board consensus, I think we should also ask planning staff to take a look at the R2 district also, to make sure our fishing piers are all under the same regulations.
That's fair.
We have board consensus for that, so. Andy, would you have staff and planning board take a look at that for us, please? Thank you. We're down to section H1, reports and recommendations from the planning board and the planning development director. Request for authorization to apply for a party grant for construction of Dowdy Park.
All right, thank you. As the staff report indicates, the staff is requesting authorization to apply for a PARTIF grant for Phase 1 of Dowdy Park. I think everybody, the board is very familiar with the PARTIF program and the money that they give to local governments to develop park facilities. We've received several in the past. I believe we did get one for Whalebone Park. Although we are still in the process of designing Dowdy Park, and the board will be seeing concepts in the near future, these concepts all have similar elements that we feel like form the backbone of this facility. And we think that we could package those into a grant application to try and get some money in this year's part of grant cycle. That's what we've done here for you. We've got basically basic infrastructure at the park, including site grading and filling, the parking lot, a green area, a pavilion, and pathways, as well as an events pavilion. There would be additional phases beyond that, but that's what we've scoped out for this first phase. And I think that with any of the concepts you're going to see those elements. And we would want to emphasize that the grant can be amended if we decide that the site plan changes slightly. You know, things are shown on here in a fairly generic way, and those things might move around some, but I think the basic elements would stay very similar to what you're seeing. So we've scoped out a project based on this site plan we've included in your packet. It would be a $600,000 project, not including demolition costs. And it would be for the elements that are shown or outlined in light green on that site plan there. What we're proposing is to apply for 50% of the funds of the $600,000 from PARTIF, and then apply for a Visitors Bureau grant in the fall for half of our match, and then use money from our Parks and Paths capital fund to pay for the remainder of our match. So we certainly would like to take any comments you have on this at this time. We're simply requesting that you authorize us to go ahead and apply for this grant. If we're authorized to apply, we'll make that application by February 2nd. The awards come in May and July. There's 2 separate award timeframes. So if we do get awarded a grant, from there we would go and apply for the Visitors Bureau grant in September, which would be awarded in December. So basically, if we were authorized to apply for this grant now, we might be looking at breaking ground sometime next spring, a year from now. And so you can see that if we weren't able to apply for this grant now, we might be looking at 2 years before we're able to do anything, and we really would like to try and do this now. So with that said, I can certainly answer any questions in your packet. You had some forms from the application that outline what we're applying for, and then we'll go and develop the application from there if we're authorized to do so.
Okay, any questions for Andy? Yes, Barbara?
I realize this may change a lot, and I'm totally in favor of everything we're doing here. Just a question on the fields, and I'm looking at your project costs, and it talks about event lawn, sod, permanent. Is that just for that center
Yes.
space?
Just for the center space. And this site plan is done based on the way that PARTIF asks you to draw it. So everything that's outlined in a light green is part of the current proposal. Everything outlined in the orange would be a future phase. And, you know, we're supposed to show the park boundaries in red. They have very specific guidelines on how you have to prepare your site plan. So basically, yes, that's correct, that its center area would be the only part that would receive that sod.
Okay, good. And this is now irrelevant, but just so that I can share my thought with you, the playing fields that are not part of this
Right.
proposal right now, what kind of surface are we talking there? And I'm only asking from the Satterfield Fields experience,
Right.
where you have to not use them for 6 months a year because the grass won't grow, et cetera. Any ideas on what
Well,
you might be doing in the future there?
That's certainly, those are good comments that we can take into the committee and have those discussions. I don't think that the idea here would be to have programmed sports activities on these fields. It would basically be an open field, a multi-purpose space that people could come and recreate on, but it's not going to be designed for parks and recreation, athletics, or anything like that. So, but we will have some discussions about the turf and things of that nature when we get into this.
Good.
But hopefully the use won't be quite as intense as what they're trying to do over there at Satterfield.
And it's the intensity of the use that degrades the surface so that you have to let it rest, which is what you're saying.
Right. I mean, that's Dare County Parks and Rec standard, but
Well, here we're just being basically asked to have enough of, we're gonna be talking a lot yet about how this thing's gonna look, so
Right.
No, but this is close enough that we can ask for a grant. Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to add that the committee is going to be meeting next week and reviewing some concepts, and in the future, we'll be having a workshop with the public to gather public input and then presentation to the full board. It's just that we need to get this in this cycle, or it'll put us a whole year behind, so.
Right, tentatively, the committee's going to meet next week on the 14th, and then we'll be looking at trying to schedule the workshop possibly in February, and inviting the board and the public, and maybe having an open house where everybody can interact and you can hear from people directly. And then it'll be brought back to the board for some discussion at a later meeting, and then that board will kind of indicate what they heard and push us in the direction of a final design, so.
Yeah, I think that workshop with the board and the public together would be a good information session, and I commend you for planning that. Do I have a motion that we approve the application, we make application for the Party grant for the beginning phases of Dowdy Park? Motion made, is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded, in discussion. Not all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, like sign. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
How do you get up? Come up for your first one. Update on the regional hazard mitigation plan. Boy, they give you a good one to start with.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Edwards. Yeah, I'm off to a quick start. I'm here to share with you an update on the regional hazard mitigation planning process. I'm going to take a step back very quickly and just talk about the purpose of the plan, which I'm sure you guys are all very familiar with. But we want to create a basic framework through this regional plan for risk-based decision-making. And by doing that, we can reduce loss to property and life and our economy, increasing our public safety, and hopefully we're going to be better prepared and mitigating against future hazards and our response to those hazards. Probably one of the most important keys, I think, for the town is that by participating in this regional planning effort, that gives us access to post-disaster funding. And also, it's necessary as part of our continued participation in the community rating system and in the NFIP. And I pulled yesterday the numbers. So in a special flood hazard area, our discount, we're a class 6 in the CRS program, and so that's $215 per policyholders in a special flood hazard area, and $644,349 in savings townwide in special flood hazard areas. So it's really an important key part of that. The hazard mitigation planning effort and NFIP and CRS are all very interrelated and very interdependent upon each other, and so it's a good thing that we're a part of this effort. This regional planning effort encompassed 8 counties and 17 municipalities. So this is a very large-scale effort. This region for this planning effort was directed by the state. The region received a grant, and there is a consultant, Wooten Company, that is overseeing handling, writing the plan and facilitating the planning process. They've been holding meetings in which the town staff has been a part of all of those meetings. And this was needed anyway. We were in need of a 5-year update. By going through this planning effort, this new regional plan will supersede the town's participation in the multi-jurisdictional plan that we were already a part of. Okay. So just a little background. Prior to 2004, we didn't have a plan, and that was partly because it wasn't a requirement, and now that information was contained for planning purposes in our land use plan. We did develop a standalone plan in 2004 and then became a partner in a multi-jurisdictional plan with Dare County in 2010. So when we began to kick off this effort in May of 2014 as a region, we had a initiating team meeting. There are members of each community that have been a part of these team meetings, and throughout the process we've held several public meetings From May to about September, there was a regional survey in which the town had, and Dare County had great participation and response to that survey. Through that surveying effort and through our analysis of the hazards, draft regional goals were developed and they were distributed in November. And in the middle of this process, Dare County headed up a CRS 510 group for the municipalities to all be a part of, and staff from Nags had participated in those meetings, so that helps to gain points for our CRS program. The staff sat down in December and took a really close look at the proposed goals and actions that you have in your packet and reviewed those and gave feedback on those. So that the information that is before you in your packet today was reviewed by department heads and staff as a whole, and we're bringing that forward to you today. These are the regional hazards that the consultant came up with, and you'll see all the participating municipalities at the top, or at least the county level. And then broken down by this is the hazards on your left. This has, the consultant is working on updating this with some additions from several of the communities. We have not received an updated list yet that is available to share with you, but I thought I'd just share this list of hazards. And next is our regional, the regional goals for the plan. The consultant asked that our goals and actions as a town fit underneath the umbrella of these larger regional goals so that we're all working towards the same end here. Our next steps, we are going to have our last regional team meeting January the 15th. At that time, there'll be a draft, a full plan draft available for review. There will be a public meeting on that evening. And the public is invited to attend and comment on the draft plan. They hope, in Currituck at Barco at the Cooperative Extension Center. That public meeting will be at 6 p.m. So the public's invited to attend that. Then the draft plan will be moving forward for state review in the beginning of February on to FEMA. The time frame is March. They're anticipating at least a 45-day review period, and hopefully this plan will be back for your adoption late May or early June. We have to need to update that plan by June the 15th in order to stay in compliance with our program. Today I just asked that we wanted to bring this forward to you, and that any comments that you might have, that we could try to get those, if you can get those back to me by Tuesday the 13th, if there's anything in detail, and that I'm happy to meet with you individually if you have questions or concerns about any of the goals or actions in the plans. I'd be happy to take questions.
Any questions for Holly? Yes, Marvin?
Could you go back a couple charts to those listed hazards?
Right there.
Yeah. So as I understand your description of the process, this is an evolving list that consultants have come up with, and we're starting to move towards a single consolidated list that everybody would use, is that correct?
They have, this has been an ongoing list of hazards. They started out with this is the initial draft list that all the municipalities received. And we circulated this, it was distributed at a regional meeting. We've circulated this out to all the municipalities involved in the planning effort, and we have already given them comments back on, and Dare County added, because we would fall under the umbrella of Dare County. Dare County has asked that everything that you see on this list be added, as well as a few other items. We have not received the revised list from the consultant.
Wait a second. Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Well,
Commissioner Cohen, okay, just with Marvin's on the floor.
Yeah, I'm
Commissioner Demers.
So is there still opportunity to update this list? And the reason I ask is, in going through it, I see things or don't see things on here that I think apply to us a little bit, like it's got flooding as a general term, and then it's got tidal flooding. Well, if we're going to break out tidal flooding, then maybe what we really ought to have is tidal flooding and soundside flooding, and then rainfall flooding, different aspects of flooding. So I've made some suggestions here, and I just wondered if it's too late to get changes in here.
As far as broad scale, because this is going to be a plan that applies to the region, I don't know that we're going to be able to make it that specific, but I'll be happy to take your comments and talk with the consultant
Well,
and carry those comments forward. We can certainly ask.
If you can say tidal flooding, then you ought to be able to say soundside flooding. I mean, you get specific on one side of the island, you ought to be able to be specific on the other. I have some suggestions, I'll turn them over to you. You can
Okay.
deal with them.
You'll have to deal those with,
We're about to explode over here.
Well, as I read through it, it appears that this is a broad regional plan, but we can still have our own individual plan, which would include specific elements.
Yes, our goal and action table will be contained fully in the document. And if we need to carry forward, I think we have the ability to have an appendix that is Nags Head specific. We could include some information in that as well, or we could carry that over into a different or separate planning document. But for state planning purposes, this will be, the document that we get will be the recognizable document. So what is adopted in this regional plan will become our adopted plan.
Okay, so we still have the opportunity, though, to do, as Commissioner Demers said, add some things that were put, even if it's in appendices.
It will have to happen quickly because we're at the
Okay.
end of our input period
And the other
February.
question I have is, at what point did the consultant think that volcanoes needed to be included?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm not sure where the hazard list is generated from.
It looks like they just picked something at random that would include everything. And if this is a regional plan, it just appears to me that they're,
Camden County has so few
Yeah,
exposures.
somebody's earning a lot of our money for no
There, got
good
'em all.
reason. But,
I'm surprised we'd get infectious diseases
you know,
also.
I don't think we can sit here and say, because the consultant said it ought to match this list, we have to do it. I don't want to see the town spend a penny worrying about volcanoes and many of the other items on here, not even to acknowledge it on a piece of paper, other than say, dumb idea, consultant. I mean, and I'm no fan of consultants, believe me, so that may come across in my discussion here. I like this, this is wonderful, and I really do, and my third bullet, my second bullet on here was, don't let the regional or the consultant dumb it down. And that's what I see happening if we're having to jump through hoops to match this list of silly stuff, which, by the way, I've never seen before, so it was really a shock right now.
I think that for planning purposes, that this is just a list of potential hazards. We develop our own goals and actions. Obviously, we don't feel like volcanoes is probably a risk for us, so we won't be taking any action
Well,
towards
somebody in Dare
towards
must
that
think
one.
it, or the consultant thinks it.
There was actually discussion about volcanoes in our previous plan.
I don't care.
Because it may sound funny, but it's related to tsunamis, and there's some volcano in the eastern Atlantic that if it erupts, it could cause a landslide that would send a tsunami across the Atlantic Ocean, and it's a low occurrence but high impact type thing, and it's kind of a pie in the sky thing, but that's why I got on.
I know that people are earning our tax dollars off of this kind of stuff. If I could go
get the
back and come
tsunami part.
back in
I get
another
that.
life, I know what I want to be.
But I think that, the only thing that,
What Andy's talking about isn't exposure.
yeah, see, I got the tsunami part, I just didn't get the volcano part.
I don't think in our actions, we would do anything really ourselves,
Yeah.
except for, like an ocean warning system for tsunamis or something like that, that's probably set up by a different agency would be aware of. But
However, in the event of something happening and we had a catastrophic event, then because we did participate and it was listed, then we get money post-storm or post-event money. So it may be better to have the box checked than
Better
not.
to have the box checked than not.
It's the Cumbre Vieja volcano.
Yeah.
It's in the Canary Islands.
Okay, so you would like any specific comments emailed to you?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
I did,
Before the 13th.
yeah, got it.
But I see infectious diseases is not checked, and we've had some Legionnaire's disease here before.
This list has been amended, and I know that Dare County did request that everything on this list as it stands now be included as that
Okay.
potential hazard, as well as a few other items.
Okay, good, good. So action that we need now is, any comments need to be to you before the 13th,
Yes, please.
okay?
And I really do think that's a good matrix of stuff.
All right.
And I would like to add too that your, the final plan, so I'll get these comments back on the 13th, try to incorporate those, and you'll see this probably again at your mid-month meeting as a
Okay.
final draft before it goes back to the consultant.
Okay, very good, thank you. Let's, move to new business now, and let's take up item 4 from the consent agenda, which is the event site MOU.
Okay. This MOU was originally approved in February of 11, I believe. At the time it was written, it took some time to get the original MOU agreed upon by both parties, as it dictates the management of, and explains the ownership and the management between the town and the Visitors Bureau for the event site, for the Outer Banks event site. When it was originally written, it contemplated the management of a site with a restaurant. It contemplated how the money would be spent from rental of a water sports building. And obviously, neither one of those things exists now. And also at the time, the idea was that there'd be a hotel and convention site eventually located here. That's obviously changed. Construction started on the event site. So the original MOU, the one that we're operating under today, doesn't describe today's reality or the future and the direction we're going. There are 3 things that I think, there may be more, but 3 things in this MOU that I think need to be, well, one needs to be changed is it shouldn't include the town doing any mowing or any maintenance of the site unless we agree and we're reimbursed completely for that. The Tourist Bureau could contract with us to provide a service. At the time, in the condition that it has been before the renovation started, it was a little bit easier for us to go out and mow continuously. As this site's developed, it's going to take more manpower and more resources, more and different equipment to maintain this site. And so that needs to be just stricken completely. The other 2, I think, are a little bit more or less easy to deal with. One is the term of the lease. The way it reads now, let me get to that. The term of the lease reads that it should, the way we've got it is that it'll expire in December 31st of 2022. Lee Nettles, the executive director, he feels as though the Tourist Bureau would prefer that this MOU remain as long as the site is an event site. So that's another area. And then the third and most difficult probably, and I think John Leidy can explain this in detail, is your ability to sell your interest in this site. I think the way it reads now, and this is what we got hung up on 4 years ago, was how the property would be sold if the town ever had a desire to sell it. I think the way it's written now and the way the intent for the Tourist Bureau would be is that we could only sell to the Tourist Bureau and only if the Tourist Bureau was interested in buying. I don't think that's, that's not legally binding. You can sell your interest. There's a way to divulge yourself of your interest in this. I don't think you can be required to not sell. I don't think your interest can be protected against your will. And John can explain that better, but those are 3 of the things. You may have more that we need to discuss, I think, before we can get your approval on this. I believe it would go to the Tourist Bureau is kind of in transition now, I believe, with the new members coming on. Lee would like to get this before his steering committee sometime at the end of this month. So it may be the 1st of March before the Tourist Bureau has this on their agenda to approve. John, can
I'll comment on a little bit of that. And the manager did point out the two major concerns that we had when we reviewed this agreement. The first of which being that there was no term for the agreement. But in looking at the communications from Lee Nettles that we got yesterday, if they would agree that the length of the agreement should be tied to how long the property is designated as the event site, that would be satisfactory. At least there would be some limitation on the length of the agreement. In other words, the length of the agreement is determined by how long the property remains so designated. That's permissible, and we're satisfied with a change that would accomplish that. So I have no problem with that. I've made a change, which I don't believe is reflected here, but I made a change yesterday to sort of modify the term, but it would not be consistent with what Lee has suggested, and I think we can accept the way Lee has proposed it. The second one having to do with the limitation on either party's ability to dispose of the property. The agreement as it currently reads allows takes away the right of either party to petition a court to partition the property so that they can sell to someone else, and allows the parties to sell only to each other. That's a permissible restraint. What's problematic to us is that the agreement doesn't make it clear that either party is required upon request to actually purchase the other party's interest. But that seems to be a pretty important feature to the Tourism Board based on Lee's emails from yesterday. And so we had discussed this before when the agreement was originally approved in 2011. This had been a sticking point then, and I think ultimately the board decided that you would live with an agreement that would not allow you to sell to anyone else other than the Tourism Board, provided a mechanism to come up with a purchase price, but it still does not make it clear that either party can require the other side to buy the property at that particular price. There is an arbitration provision in the agreement, which I think may help take care of some of that, so I'm not as concerned about this as I was initially. So with the modification to the term, I feel like the board can go ahead and adopt this MOU.
And your feeling is that the board could adopt this MOU without the change in being able to sell the property?
Yes, sir. We do.
Any other questions?
I just have one question, and it may be irrelevant. With changing deleting the date of the final date of the MOU as the 2022, as long as it remains an event site, does there need to be any additional language that says event site majority owned by, just so that, I guess there couldn't be another party that could come in and still be referred to as the event site? That's my only concern.
I think the way the rest of the agreement reads would not allow that to occur.
Okay.
So I don't think that's necessary to make that change.
Okay.
And as I read
Mr.
it,
Ho?
under maintenance, that would be stricken, totally stricken.
Well, unless we wanted to leave the last sentence that says the board may contract with the town separately from this agreement to provide additional site maintenance. I don't know if that needs to be in here. That's probably the case regardless.
That is the case regardless.
So you may just want to strike the whole thing.
Yeah.
They're always free to do that, and if you want to agree, then you can do that.
I think I first raised these issues, and have gotten more than enough email on it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good. The mowing is cool. So the first paragraph under the decisions thing is basically, as long as it's the event site, the MOU stands. So if tomorrow or next year they change it to the Conch-Fritter site, then we're starting from scratch.
That's correct.
Even though we still have the same percentage ownerships and all the rest of it, and we have to doing the whole, I mean, obviously, somebody would want to do a new MOU before they did that, but I'm just trying to get a feel for what the change would be. Okay. I guess I got that. So I think I understand. Now, the next part about the selling, I thought we left it to a point where if they wanted to sell and we didn't want to buy, and they were prohibited from selling, or, and I'm putting it in a really odd term, because obviously we're not, or I don't think we're going to buy the whole thing. But if they wanted to sell and we wanted to buy, or didn't want to buy, then they could, the thing prohibits them from going to a third party, and hasn't that placed them legally in a black
box.
hole?
Yeah.
Where a judge could then make the whole thing invalid because
Correct.
we've left them no option to do their own property. So is that
That's
covered
correct.
now?
Yes, that's exactly what we think the case would be, that a court, it would be up to a court then to decide whether to enforce that provision, and we think it's unenforceable. We think a court would say, we're not going to restrict the parties from being able to convey to someone under some circumstance.
So that could become 87% super wings.
But that's correct, but it only occurs if the parties go through the process, and
Okay, I
then
just was
and then the
checking.
other party refuses to buy.
Well, those are all the things that, when I read this thing, that's fine.
Well,
If you're happy now, I'm happy.
I wouldn't say I'm happy, but
Well, okay, whatever.
but I think we can,
Okay.
we can
That's good.
How would we?
find it satisfactory.
How would we go about correcting that language rather than defaulting to what we think is going to be a judge's decision?
The easiest way would be making it binding, that if one party wanted to sell to the other, if the parties couldn't agree on a price, you then have the appraisers appointed, and then whatever the average of those three appraisals is, would be the price at which the party would be obligated to purchase. So there would be no discretion. With that, we're satisfied that would be enforceable. That's not an unusual type of provision.
Right, that's
And
more-
with
more-
the waiver of the partition proceeding and with the inability to sell to someone else, we feel that would still cover the party's interests. It just would allow one party to say, we've decided to sell, and to be able to get out for sure. That's what would be different about that than where we are right now.
So maybe we ought to add that in, you think?
Well, that's what we were proposing, and it sounds like they seem to be unhappy with that. They didn't seem to want to be obligated to have to purchase the town's interests.
And I think, look, if I may.
Yes.
And of course, Renee's going to know all of the history, but I think looking back historically, this was kind of a win-win for the entire county and for our Nags Head community as well, to have this event site within our community. And over time, based on what it was going to be and what it's going to be now, I think the overall Outer Banks community is happy with the way the development is going. It doesn't mean it may not change years down the road, but the likelihood of that is diminished or will be diminished as the site becomes fully developed and more successful with more events. So I think probably from the Lee's perspective or the Tourist Bureau's perspective, they're putting a lot of investment of taxpayer dollars into this and want to protect that investment for the long term, just as we want to protect it for the long term. But as John stated, I think should there ever be a parting of the ways in the future, and I would anticipate that being far down the road probably, there would be a measure by which to resolve the matter. So
Okay.
in an effort to move forward and resolve the MOU, this might be the best course of action.
So we're back to
Commissioner
grass.
Kuhn, you had a comment.
I would agree with Mayor Pro Tem Walters. This whole process has been an evolution, and it says so in the MOU, or in the memo, that what it was bought for has evolved as boards have changed, as economic times have changed. There's been an evolution, and I think this basically serves to protect us. We went into it knowing we weren't going to sit here and demand our money back. We went into it knowing that we were a partner to the property, but without any strings binding us to contribute further financially.
Correct.
I think I'm getting the gist of it as to the,
It's,
that's the short-term version of the history.
I think it's a good summary.
Well, when you look at the agreement that we have, it's a whale of a deal for the town, because with the Tourist Bureau making all the investments there, and we still get our 23% of them.
Well, and it's a way to bring people into Nags Head. If the Visitors Bureau many, many years ago had bought the Lowe's site, when they first looked at it, they probably would have realized it would have been big enough to do what they wanted to do. And I wasn't on it, but they decided not to. When this opportunity came up, and it worked for Nags Head and the Visitors Bureau to work together, because legally they couldn't borrow the money at the time. And that's, I would support Mayor Pro Tem Walters.
The only thing that bothers me is this possibility when you, of having to resort to a judge's decision to resolve the final issue if one party wants to sell and the other one doesn't want to sell. And if we could get some acceptable language to work around that, I would like it, but if we can't, we just.
And that's really where we were on this, in reviewing it more recently, and then came back to the realization, in light of what the communication we got from Lee Nettles, that they did not want to give us that automatic type of out. And that was a sticking point 3 years ago as well.
And you've got to also remember, I'm sorry, Susie, that new board members take a while to get acclimated. And there's no reason that dialogue can't continue on. But no new board member is going to come in and just go against necessarily what their their officers, which are typically not necessarily new board members, are telling them or advising them what's the best way to proceed to protect the Visitors Bureau's interest. Or for us, for the town's interest.
Right.
So we're back to maintenance, which I think we
That
and
comes
then the
out.
first paragraph, get rid of the maintenance.
Maintenance
The
comes
first
out.
paragraph, which really reverses it, the way it was written was the event site lasted as long as the MOU, and we're turning it around to say the MOU lasts as long as
Correct.
the event site.
Correct.
And we're good to go. That's cool. We got it.
Do we need a motion to that effect?
Yes.
Well, I was going to suggest, and subject to what the manager recommends, I was going to suggest you give us a chance to just come back and make those revisions presented at the mid-month or the February meeting, so you have something clean in front of you,
Yeah, well,
if we have the time to do that.
looks like we'll definitely have a mid-month meeting, so we can
Yeah.
do it at that. Is that agreeable?
Good.
All right. Is that agreeable with everyone? So we have a firm document to look at.
Besides, we all know that judges don't judge anyway, so it's a moot point.
Wonder who they refer it to.
Sorry.
No, I understand.
Next item on the committee reports, we have the annual appointment of the Board of Adjustments Chair and Vice Chair. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion on that.
Okay, please.
I'd make a motion that we reappoint Jack Cooper as chair and Margaret Suppler as vice chair.
Second.
Is there a second? Has it been made and seconded? Any discussion?
I'd like to ask a question.
Yes.
Because I don't really know all the history, but regarding appointments, because this is the only board where we appoint the
We appoint them, right.
committee
That's
where
gonna
we
ask the same
appoint the
question.
chair and the vice chair. Is it necessary are we required to do that? Is it our town policy, or could, at some point in the future, we look at allowing that board to appoint their own?
State statute actually gives the mayor the appointment, and we, as a board, rather than the mayor doing it arbitrarily, selected to have the board make that appointment.
So they're not allowed to.
State statute gives that, specifically grants that authority, but not for the vice chair.
Right.
We-
But
we
could
consulted
the
with
mayor
him. The mayor
give
doesn't even
that
have to.
authority to the board, to the BOA, or no?
I had Carolyn do some searching on that, and I don't think we could find in the state statutes where that was the case anymore.
They may, if they've changed it.
Yeah, they
may have the town code requirement.
Town code requires it, but not the state code. We would have to change the town code to change it, but we don't think the state code requires it anymore.
Not for the Board of Adjustments, that's correct.
Right.
It allows the town to decide how it wants to do that.
That's changed, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry,
okay,
my information is
that's
way
okay.
old.
That's okay. At some point in the future, we might want to consider just looking at that code and seeing if, since it is the only board where we appoint as opposed to allowing them to make their decision.
It's probably one of the most important boards we have.
There you go.
Well, it's a special relationship, too. All the others are advisory, whereas these are out on their own effectively.
That's correct.
There's anyway.
One other point there, Jack Cooper's term is up on October the 13th, so we'll have to keep that in mind. We'll have to reappoint him and reappoint him as chairman probably in October.
That's right, we're in 15.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion to have Jack Cooper continue as chair of the Board of Adjustments and Margaret Suppler continue as vice chair of the board, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign, there being none. So it's ordered. Any other committee reports?
I do.
Commissioner?
Now that planning staff is fully back, filled up, we advertised for people that wanted to serve on the Nags promotion. We advertised in November and so forth. We've received several names. We're in the process of going through that list, as well as developing a letter describing the charge of that committee that came about as a result of our retreat.
Last year, right?
We have gone, I've met with staff, and we have gone through the charge list, and we're working on that letter to send out.
Okay,
So
good.
meetings will start very shortly from that.
All right, good.
But like I say, we have a list of people to go through and determine.
Good. Any other committee reports?
Um,
Mr. Ratzenberger?
I have my first YMCA board meeting tomorrow. Meets the second Thursday of every month except June, August, and December. And I believe we have the director due to speak to us in February about the plans for the Y and all that, so I'll defer any comments on that till then. ARPO is 21 January, and we will probably discuss the CTP, which has been made quite a bit of news here in our local newspaper. The seasonal traffic jam up at the bridge, and some of which I've shared with you all about the Spot 4 process, where the consultants who are designing the process still don't get it. So we may have some communications from the thing. Now, we're supposed to meet once a quarter, but the caveat is all subject to whatever goes on with the Spot report, which is why we met 7 or 8 times this past year. Dare County Beach Nourishment didn't meet in December. I think we're due to meet this month, but I haven't seen a date yet. And for y'all's schedule, since I won't be here, the ASBPA Coastal Summit in Washington is 24 to 26 February. So, I mean, I can provide info about the site. I will not be able to go this year, so you might want to look at it. That's it.
Okay. Any other committee reports?
Mr. Mayor, just a little bit of feedback to the board on an action taken last month where the board authorized advancing some of the funding for stormwater management activities to move our contracting efforts up on a timeline. So Public Works moved out smartly on that, and so we are currently then 30 days ahead of the timeline we showed you last time, as you wished, because, you wanted to give us the authority to move ahead with those funds so that we could get things moving quicker. So, good news to report on that.
Okay. Next item is the consideration of a resolution supporting the new bridge across the Alligator River. This was first brought to us by the Tyrrell County Board of Commissioners, adopted a resolution and sent a copy of the resolution to all of the local counties and localities, asking us to support their resolution. You have a copy of that resolution in your documents. Any discussion on that resolution?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve the resolution requesting construction of a new bridge across the Alligator River, and that's before US 64 is widened. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion?
The purpose behind it is to attempt to force, to get the state to separate the bridge from the corridor and address them independently. The widening, right now, it's included in the widening of 64, and they want to get it out of there. Everybody does. It's a topic at ARPO constantly. Doesn't mean it'll get done any faster, but we need to get them separated, so maybe we can.
Any other discussion? If not, all in favor of adopting the resolution requesting construction new bridge across Alligator River, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign, and it's so ordered. Next item is consideration of an interlocal contract to join a cooperative purchasing program. Mr. Ogburn?
Yes, sir. Staff is requesting that the board authorize us to be able to enter into an interlocal contract for cooperative purchasing. This particular co-op is set up through HGAC, which is the Houston Galveston Area Council. By my count, there's 121 government agencies in North Carolina that are presently members of this co-op. Those close to us in our area that are participating, Town of Kill Hills, Kitty Hawk, Manteo, Dare County, Currituck County, and Elizabeth City. I asked each one of these managers for some feedback about their participation. Those that responded back to me, they were positive and that they had used this co-op for purchases in the past. HGAC Buy is a government-to-government procurement service available nationwide. What this does is it gives us the ability to utilize their resources, and they go through the same process that we have to, and they accept on a nationwide basis to procure the best prices for equipment typically used by government agencies. The piece of equipment, this would enable us to use this for several different purchases that we make throughout the year. But this particular piece of equipment that's prompted us to request being in this co-op is for a budgeted and approved Freightliner dumpster truck. We've found through this co-op, we can purchase it at $182,593, which I think from staff's looking at this, it's considerably cheaper than we would get if we went to our own bid and went, from the town to the individual distributor of the equipment. The attorneys have raised some questions and concerns regarding this, which I appreciate. It's their job to make us aware of this isn't as airtight as some of our contracts and some of our agreements are, and to bring these concerns to our attention. Having viewed and looked at all these, I am still comfortable in recommending that you authorize us to enter into this agreement, but the attorneys just wanted to make you aware and be able to evaluate their concerns before we make a decision. So I'll be happy to answer any questions and defer those I can't to John.
Any questions for Cliff? Commissioner Ratzenberger?
No.
Commissioner Coon, any questions?
Did you want to share those concerns?
The concerns were really that certain aspects of the agreement don't provide the best protection for the town's interests. They're more favorable to the cooperative itself. But we don't have concerns about the overall enforceability or legality of the agreement. It's just that typically the town has its own contract templates that it uses for services or for the purchase of goods or equipment, and we like to use those terms. Those terms are much more favorable to the town than to the other side. We're comfortable with how those work. This is one of those agreements where lots of other people have entered into it, and they seem to be unwilling to make some of these changes. One of the things I've suggested to the manager is that we try to get a coalition of participants in this agreement to agree with the town to hold out for some changes in the future when this thing's coming up for renewal. But as it is, we feel that the agreement is satisfactory, it's binding, and it's legal. It just doesn't have some of the features we'd like for it to have. If there was a concern about the town entering into a contract that might not be lawful or enforceable, we'd point that out, and that's not the concern here. Some of the things are more having to do with, let's see. There's one thing, they have a form purchase order which they don't attach to the contract, so we're not sure exactly what the form purchase order will look like. It allows them to cancel the contract at any time upon 30 days' notice, but doesn't give the town the same kind of right. Has a force majeure provision which is slanted in favor of the cooperative and not in favor of the town. Those kinds of things.
Okay.
I would say this as well. When the town, we review these agreements, oftentimes we're reviewing an agreement with a completely unknown entity, which is why I think oftentimes it's important to get the terms that you want when you don't really know what your relationship's going to be like. I think it does speak volumes that many other local governments have entered into the same contract with these folks and don't seem to have real concerns about it. But again, I don't know that they've looked at it as critically or as closely as we have, but if they haven't had these kinds of problems that we've pointed out are potential issues here, I think you can take that into account in deciding to enter into it.
Okay. Any other questions?
What's the term of the contract?
It was just several months. It was really fairly short term.
I thought it was 1 year.
Okay, I was trying to find it.
Yeah.
It's a one-year contract, it renews every year.
My question was, how much money are we gonna save on this purchase? Does it make it worth a
About
while
50
entering a contract like?
About $50,000.
About 50,000, I think that makes it
For 50,
worthwhile.
yeah, for
That's real money.
$50,000 I can do without some piece of paper here or there. As long as we're sure we're gonna get what we want, roughly.
This is just, we belong to another buying co-op. Actually, we purchased our residential truck through that co-op, saved about $50,000. Last year, we purchased our front-end loader through that co-op. We saved $40,000 on that purchase. The one that we already are in, and this one are the two main used, I guess, through the country that most municipalities and counties and are in.
Does the one we belong to now, on this particular purchase, not as favorable as the new one, or have you got a price from the co-op we belong to now?
It doesn't carry this
This piece of equipment?
manufacturer.
Okay.
It's a side load.
And
We've
that
had
is because
discussion
it's a
of front
side
load,
load truck. It doesn't carry this manufacturer.
This is a side load?
Yes,
Okay, I understand that.
yes.
That'd be quite favorable for us, then that's worth the,
Right. I make a motion to approve.
okay, motion been made to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. Discussion?
And also, the vendor that we are using is willing to sign one of our contracts also. Not just to go off of this contract, but he's willing to sign one of our contracts.
That's good.
That's good. All in favor of accepting the proposal to join the HGAC?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. There being none, and so ordered. All right, request approval for change to approve capital outlay and sole source purchase for public works facilities maintenance piece of equipment. Mr. Arbor?
Thank you. This is another piece of equipment that was approved by the board as a capital outlay item. This is probably a result of having a new set of eyes on the use of this equipment. In facilities maintenance, we had budgeted a tractor broom, 84-inch broom truck. What we're proposing is a change of equipment that it'll save some money in the long run. To save $9,755 over the next 2 years approximately for savings and debt costs. But the staff now feel as though they've found, rather than buying these two pieces of equipment separately, proposing to buy a Bobcat Toolcat, which is a multifunctional piece of equipment. And then we feel that there may be some ability to refurbish the Ventrac mower. Instead of replacing the one that we have, this new piece of equipment would reduce some of the use on that and thereby make refurbishing a little more, a little bit easier on the equipment. And then this past year, we purchased a new Z-turn mower, and we're cutting more and more, mainly because of the multi-use path, and this type of mower helps with that, and as well as some of the other new pieces of property that we're working on now. But long story short, we're asking you to allow us to make a reconsideration here mid-year and change what we had originally requested for something that we think will be better suited, and Ralph will say that a lot better than I did.
Yeah,
Ralph, go ahead.
Mike Norris looked into this when he came on board. The Ventrac, we were going to purchase another Ventrac because that Ventrac is also a multi-use piece of equipment. There's a lot of attachments with it. The reason why we bought it was it allows us to clear our boardwalks with sand because it's small enough and narrow enough to get up the boardwalks. So when Mike came to me and we talked about it, with the Toolcat also is multi-purpose. We just don't have to use it as a broom. It comes with other attachments that can be put onto that. So he was the one who came up with the idea of we could go ahead and we purchased the Toolcat as a sweeper, and also if we would want to, we could get other attachments with it, a mower, there's a bucket and other attachments, and just refurbish the Ventrac and just dedicate that machine just to moving sand off of our boardwalks and things. It articulates, it gets around the curves and stuff, where most Bobcats and stuff are too big, too heavy, and can't do that work. So he came up with this plan. I thought it was a good plan. It was, by purchasing this equipment this way, we basically would save $10,000, and we would get the best of both worlds.
I brought it forward because the guys that are doing the work, this is what they're telling Ralph and I, this is what they need to do the job. And that's why I brought it forward. I put a lot of faith and confidence in Ralph and his guys, and they've said, this is what we need, this is what we need to do the job that you've asked us to do, and so I'm supporting it.
Also saving us several $1,000s.
That helps too.
It helps too.
It's also got, I went out online and looked at this thing, it's got like 60 different attachments, I mean, we have all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, and it does.
Yeah, boys and toys, yes.
Well, again, the Ventrac, when we bought the Ventrac, because it had a lot of attachments. And since we started with the multi-use path on the bypass, I mean, we bought it because it had an edger attachment, it has a blower attachment. It also, it was a mower, so that, it also gets used on that path pretty much exclusively, because the guys can go out there with that one machine and the 3 attachments, go ahead and mow it, edge it, and blow it off all in one day. They're not running back and forth trying to get other pieces of equipment and things like that. So that's why we wanted to keep the Ventrac, and that's why we put the Ventrac again for a new one in the budget. But talking to the salesman and stuff, we think we go ahead and get it refurbished and to keep it, and like I said, dedicated for moving sand and still doing that work out on these paths with edging and things.
I make a motion to approve the change to approve capital outlay and sole source purchase for public works as presented.
Second to the motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, like sign. There being none, it's so ordered.
Thank you.
Go get your new toy.
Thank you.
Next item is a request for a closed session from our attorney. We've got 3 closed sessions on the remainder of the agenda.
We do them last.
Is there any objection to just moving those to the last item?
That'd be fine with my item,
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm fine.
Right. Let's combine all 3 closed session items and hold those at the end.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can I ask that we add a discussion of personnel as part of that closed session?
Okay.
Do we need to formally say all the words 4 times?
When we get to it. No, we can do it one time.
Okay.
I'll give you all 4 statutory sites.
Next item on the agenda is the discussion of a board retreat agenda. You all have a.
Can we go back to Board of Commissioners agendas?
Yep, top of the page,
Top of the
blank
page.
item.
It's blank.
Oh, okay, Okay, Board of Commissioners agenda.
Um,
Mr. Cahoon?
This morning, we heard a public comment, a couple comments about the range. Would it be possible to have the manager and the police chief discuss that a little bit?
Yep. Absolutely. The chief, you'll come up. I've received, and I know you have too, several complaints in the last couple of months, I guess. Not sure exactly when they started, but I think it had a lot to do with the 2-week course, firearms instructional course that was taught, hosted here in Nags Head, and then was spent 2 weeks out. So there was a lot of activity, continuous activity in that 2-week period that I think coincides with some of these complaints. The chief and I have talked that obviously, we want to be good neighbors, and we don't want to disrupt anyone's peace and quietude. The range serves a tremendous purpose, not just for Nags Head, but for all law enforcement agencies, more than just municipal and county on the beaches. But we may look at, there are some, hopefully there's a compromise. Hopefully this isn't an all or nothing. And one thing, in short order, we have other things I'm sure we can recommend, but the first may be that we no longer hold some of these courses that increases the activity in a short span, but.
The manager and I did talk about the 2-week course. It's where the Justice Academy comes in. People come in from across the state, and they go through a 2-week certification course to be firearms instructors. We can certainly look at not hosting that course any longer. We've been partners with the Justice Academy for probably 10 or 12 years doing that, but if it increases the activity out there and it's going to increase the complaints, we need to step back maybe and take a look at it. I did not get a chance to talk to Mr. Brumfield before he slipped out, but I did talk to Mr. Byrne. He said he would be more than happy to meet with me personally to discuss this, and I hope, Commissioner Cahoon bringing it up, that I will have the opportunity to meet with the manager and Mr. Brumfield and any other concerned citizens, that we can hopefully work out a compromise. That town range has been in use since the late 70s, early 80s. The town has invested, the police department has invested a lot. It's firearms is the highest, one of the highest liability areas for law enforcement, and it certainly serves a valuable need for us. And we certainly don't want to lose that, but we also want to be good neighbors as well.
Kevin, have we looked at any sound attenuation measures that we could take out there? I know a lot of firing ranges that are right downtown in some areas that have good sound attenuation techniques and procedures and equipment that where they aren't objectionable right in the middle of town sometimes. Have we looked at that? I understand we just have an open pavilion area and that's it with no real attenuation whatsoever.
Mayor, if you allow me, I'll certainly look into that. I'm not aware, during my tenure as police chief, we have not looked into anything like that. Where the range is located, there is a natural berm built around it that does help some. But if you allow me the opportunity, I'll be happy to research that and see what I may be able to come up with, if that's okay.
I think that's something we really need to do. We've had enough complaints recently, and not just with the institute, but we had some complaints again from some people. I guess it was last night or night before last when some firing was going on right after dark. And the other thing is possibly look at hours of operation and things like that. But I think we're going to need to do something.
Yes, sir. I will tell you, last year, prior to November, it was late summer, early fall, I sent out an order to all the departments that utilize the range, limiting the hours, and they were different for daylight savings times versus, when we don't have that. So, but we will certainly look at even looking at that even closer, sir.
Okay.
Typically, a lot of it occurs during the shorter winter hours when they have to do night training, but I didn't realize that we were doing state training, and that may not be something we really want to do, especially when there's so many people and so many guns going off. That probably created most of the problem.
And Manager and I have talked about that, and I certainly understand, and we can look at that.
Not
That's
knowing
easy.
the full
I think that's
story.
what really created the current awareness that so many people have was the training this year. It sounded like a real war going on over there.
Yes, sir.
Not knowing the full story behind it or anything, but it seems a suggestion might be that the Justice Department try and partner with the National Guard, who probably has one or more camps with formal ranges that are in fact for particularly if you're talking a 2-week-long high intensity event, it might be a place to point them.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Just one more, and I'm gonna bring back my big box store. Andy, is the planning board looking at that? Kind of asking for an update, or is anybody looking at something on big box stores?
I'm afraid I need a little bit of education on that.
Okay, well, it's come up a couple of times. Maybe the board hasn't reached consensus, but the idea of looking at, say, and what brought it up was down near the event site, the idea that another big box store would go in. I'm not opposed to the big box stores that we have, and I would not want to do anything to harm them in any way. But I think we need to take a look as it relates to town, see if there's any need for any more.
Okay.
That's coming from me. The rest of the board can speak for themselves.
Any other opinions?
Now, if it's a hobby shop,
But I don't know, that'd be a big box one.
And is our current limit, is it 35,000 or just under?
Just under 34,900 and something, I think. is
Whatever food line is.
Whatever the food line.
Whatever 10.5 is what it is, I
45
think.
was the last one.
Yes, it's just under 35,000, and it's come up over the past 2 decades. But as land becomes, and people get ready to retire and do different things, perhaps it's time to take a look at where we want them in our zoning districts. I think over here we have a commercial site that totally fits with big retail. 10.5 has turned out to be a successful retail area. But the question is, do we want any more all over town?
Right. Yeah, that's it's an interesting question, and I think that, you know, we've had some discussions with commissioners individually about our retreat item regarding the project that's in our budget for the zoning code revision. And perhaps we could have a little discussion at the retreat about that, because we could do something sooner about that, but that would certainly fold well into our
I'm
project.
fully amenable to retreat.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Ratzenberger?
And 2 items, Mayor, and I'm gonna piggyback on the firing range, because at the same time, we got comments on the use of Fresh Pond. And I know Commissioner Demers and I started our term here with being given information on that subject by a citizen or 2 here. And I don't know if there's any interest in this even looking at, or just conceptually thinking about, is that a possibility sometime? Or is it just so impossible to do? I don't know where that fits, but I would like to at least take a one over the world look at the problem and see, is there something in that?
As far as developing it as
As
a park.
Part of a park component, and I know there's a whole bunch of ramifications, but is it even feasible? Could we even look at it just to see if there's something there?
And if I recall correctly, I think in our response to that initial proposal, we acknowledged that, gee, it really sounds like a good idea, but a little bit overloaded right now with the event site, and Dowdy Park, et cetera, and we would take a look at it later. I hope I'm correct on that, but I certainly would like to see that opportunity kept open. And when we do have the chance, time, and staff-wise, take an initial look to see if it's a go or no-go, just to expend any more manpower on it.
So if we just put it on our list somewhere as a, interested item, and then, we can move on to the alligators that are nibbling now, but,
I think it's worth looking at the
Yeah.
opportunity or options.
good,
You know,
thank you.
Is it feasible, is it not?
Take a high-level look at what the options might be
Yeah.
with our $236,000 a year, pretty well gonna be eaten up the next few years with Dowdy and plus the other parks that we have, but it's something that we might want to take a very high-level look at, part of our long-term planning process.
There's something you'd have to look at, because access is going to, parking and different things.
Yeah.
That's
It's
going to be,
complicated.
it's complicated. It's not going to be easy.
Right. The second item, Mayor, it comes out of the parking thing, although it's not really parking. And I would like to I'm gonna give you a scenario and look at it in terms of when you're revising the parking issue, and specifically the single-family permeable, non-permeable pavement part. I believe I heard that crush and run will be considered non-permeable. Did I hear that? Okay. Some years ago, when the waters were swirling around the pilings in South Nags Head, a home on the ocean lost its stairs. It went to replace its stairs and was told that you have to come up to code, which means longer, bigger stairs. Okay, we'll do that. Then they were told you can't do that because you don't have the lot coverage for your stairs. So what we want you can do to make up for it is to tear out part of your driveway and put in crush and run, and then you'll have enough lot coverage to put in your stairs. Now, that may sound like an absurd situation, but by automatically condemning crush and run to be non-permeable, have we got any second order effects of some of these things? And I just give you one to think about. I don't even want an answer now. But that's a real life situation. I dealt with it for quite a while with a neighbor. And just to consider. Anyway, thank you, Mayor.
Sometime I'll talk with you about some facts I learned in a prior life.
Oh, okay.
I haven't gotten through down here yet.
Yeah.
Crush and run is not permeable.
Well, then, I just got a head nod that, well, that may be, but in the past it was, and we used it as a solution, so maybe now we've just made this person non-conforming.
If you used a clean crushed stone, it would be.
whatever.
Same stuff you use in the bottom of your septic field.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine, but I triggered it when I heard that happen. And
All right, anything else, Commissioner? Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem Walters, you have anything for us today
Under Board of Commissioners?
on the Board of Commissioners agendas? Okay, good. Now to discussion of board retreat agenda. You all have a copy of the things that we're thinking about talking about, and we'll have a planning session with Madeline next day or so. One thing that we needed to add to that, and I think Andy will probably take us through that when the time comes, is the town code review process and what we might want to take a look at there. It's just the time that we start a revised land use plan, and then head on into that part of that project into the code review process that we had talked about. That's something we'll talk about in the retreat. Anything that you would see that you would like to add to or delete from the retreat agenda?
Mr. Mayor, we have quite a few things on the agenda already. I was just wondering if maybe we could hold an option out for some miscellaneous topics that are as significant as many of these, if we have time at the conclusion there.
I would like to have, if possible, I'd like to have those before the retreat so everyone can have time to prepare to think about them.
Okay.
Okay?
if you're careful here, do we really need a half day of team building stuff, given the size of the agenda? We did that, we kind of do it every, my fun meter pegs out with those things. I realize some folks like them, but I'm ready to go to work. I thought our winter retreat was wonderful. We walked in the room and we went to work.
Right. Yeah.
It's probably more goal development than team building. Team building's just a way to get to the goal development.
Well, the goal is to work through these issues that we got on the bottom there. I mean,
We've got our long-term goals we developed last year that we're still working on.
Right.
And we need to, we always have to work on team building, how we communicate with each other, how we interact with each other. Those are the type of things that gets us out of our comfort zone sometimes, but things that we need to work on. So.
Kumbaya.
Would we take less than a morning?
You can-
Maybe knock it off in a couple hours as a reward for good teamwork?
That'll be dependent upon you.
We'll see how well you do.
Well, I mean, if you all would go along with what I want, everything would be wonderful.
Anything
right.
we as a board, as individuals need to do to prepare for any of these items?
After we have a discussion with Madeline, I'll let you know. I'm sure there will be.
Commissioner, from staff's perspective, we're going to front load you as much as we possibly can to prepare you for, some of these things we can, the first thing on there, the policy updates. We like to go ahead and get you the new and the old and knock right through that by, like I said, giving you the information ahead of time.
Okay. There'll be a lot of things up front I think we can take a look at. You have a copy of our Board of Commissioners meeting calendar for 2015. Any corrections, additions, or changes to that?
I can only comment that I went back and double-checked my CRC calendar. And so some of the mid-month meetings I probably would not be able to attend. February, I know we have a meeting. July, there's a meeting, but I'm not sure I'd go wherever it is in July.
We'll try to go one meeting in July anyway.
And then November, which I know this year in November, we didn't have a mid-month meeting because we went to NC Byways, I believe.
Yeah.
So they're around the same time.
We were all in different directions during that time.
Mm-hmm. now, NCLM and everything else.
And I know I won't be here at the February mid-month either.
And I will miss the first meeting in February. I'll be out of town at that time. It's the first time in 11 years.
As far as I know, Mayor, I'll be here for all of those regularly scheduled meetings, and if at all possible, if we can stay with these regular ones, that helps us to schedule our own personal plans around other dates. But again, other things may pop up for the other committees that we're on that may create some conflicts that I don't know about yet.
Right, okay. Well, we'll aim for this, and if we have to change some of them throughout the year, we'll just need some advance notice on those.
Yeah, I have no known conflicts with any of the committees I'm on, are all on different days than ours, so.
Next item is consideration of municipal authority over public trust areas. I had a conversation with Representative Tyne, and he is very much interested in working for us and working with us on this issue. He has requested that we give him the sample legislation that we're looking for, and which Mr. Lighty has prepared, and also a resolution supporting that request. And then we would send him an attached letter. You have all of those in your pack. Is any questions or discussions on any of that?
My only question is, why aren't we, I think Mr. White mentioned it, but I had it here too, why aren't we sending this to Senator Cook, the governor? And a
Well-
bunch of, let's get them all tuned in, guys, here we come.
There's a reason for it.
Yeah.
Okay. In this session, it will have to be attached to some other legislation. And we want to try a low-profile approach first.
Putting it on the public agenda certainly accomplished that.
So we had to have it on the public agenda.
Thank you, Perry, you've blown our cover now.
Sorry about that.
Any questions?
Motion to go ahead.
Motion to proceed?
Yeah.
Well, to approve the resolution?
No motion to approve the resolution?
Whatever.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? All, if not all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. So ordered. We will forward the resolution and a copy of the letter which you received also. Is there anything else we need to talk about before we go into closed session? I need to make a motion. I'll make a motion that we enter closed session to consult with the attorney by Ray Sansota litigation, and that's under IAWGS 143-318-11A3. That we also go into closed session to consult with Attorney Ray at Colony Ridge Rehabilitation Center, and that's under GS 143-318-11A3 also. And then in a closed session to discuss our closed session meetings under GS 43-318-11A1, and also for discussion of a personnel issue. And you'll
143-318.11A6.
6, okay.
For that one.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Let's adjourn to closed session. Board's back in session. Mr. Lighty, would you report out on the closed session, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. The board took action to approve closed session minutes and to dispose of certain minutes as open and to keep others under seal. The board also gave instructions to the town attorney in connection with the sand soda litigation, but no other actions were taken.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other business that we need to discuss this afternoon? If not, I would entertain a motion that we recess to our mid-month meeting, which will be
5:30,
5, no,
right?
Yep, that's right.
5:30, new
5:30.
calendar, change.
I'm glad you asked.
I was looking for
Yeah.
the date.
And today's 6? Today's the 7th.
Today's the
All right,
7th.
it would be the
21st.
21st.
First.
Right.
5:30 on January 21st.
See you then.
All right, that's our motion. We recess until that time.
Second.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.